technology. There's like, seriously, there's no excuse for technology to be this terrible. There's literally, there's no excuse. So I spent, it takes way too long to set stuff up and then not have it work. And it doesn't work for no other reason than it was not designed to work in the first place. Because if it was designed to work, then I would be able to plug it in, adjust some settings, and have it work. And just, yeah. So I don't know. So I want to try a tall screen instead of widescreen. And I'm gonna have to mess with everything now. Alright, so I don't know. First, last stream, whatever, chatbot is garbage. It doesn't know anything. Alright, so last time, at the end of the last stream, the GCC compiler, whatever, it's also garbage. So every single program that's compiled using GCC is extremely inefficient. And there's no excuse for that. Literally none. The only reason you can view the source code. Oh great, is the video playing now? Dang it. The only reason you can view the source code of these compilers is because they make garbage assembly. If they actually made useful assembly, they wouldn't let you view the source code. So the whole concept of making subpar software to saturate the environment so no one wants to make real stuff, it's pathetic. And this compiler is garbage. And the government is really dumb. Seriously really dumb. Alright, so GCC, whatever compiler. When you put this in a GCC, the government's dumb because they don't follow through. And then they do dumb stuff on top of it. So POSIX or POSIX, whatever standard for Linux, they told Windows years ago, you guys gotta support POSIX or POSIX, whatever the heck it is. And then Windows is oh yeah, we'll support it. This standard, whatever. And then Windows barely supports it. So Linux, Unix, BSD, whatever, they all basically run off whatever POSIX is. I don't know how to say because I don't care. Except that's what I usually use when making a program, because it's almost cross-platform. Except for Windows 64-bit. For some reason they didn't update that stuff to run in 64-bit. They didn't recompile it for 64-bit. So 64-bit is a fucking joke, especially with Windows. So the government told Windows to support POSIX or whatever, and then Windows never fully did it. And then the government basically owns Windows, and Windows is the most freaking backdoor hackable, exploitable systems there is. It's like the government, when they get in tech, they just like slop it up even worse. Just like, I don't even know, everything's so dumb. So like GCC is a C compiler. I don't know if it's like technically government backed or whatever. But like the C compiler existed before Linux, the operating system, did. So they had the compiler and they're like, we need an operating system to run our C compiler in because we don't have an operating system. So whatever that guy's name is, whatever, he had to like find someone to write a kernel because no one wants to write a kernel. And then everyone uses the kernel and they fuck it up and it makes it Linux look bad, or Linus, whatever guy that wrote it, Torvalds, whatever. So it's like these few capable people that do something, and then the government, or open source, not even open source, these weird people who want to control everything, they get their hands in it and they fuck it up. And I just want to plug in some shit and get it running. I just want to write some code and I want to have it run. I don't want slop generated garbage that runs like garbage. I want what I want and I'm gonna get it. So I gotta finish writing my operating system and just say fuck the world with all this shit, because this is all gonna, like, the environment is eating itself alive. It's not sustainable. Everything's so dumb. The tech environment, whatever. The exploits recently are fucking insane. There's like people with like access to servers from like months and months and months ago, and they're like logging in. Oh, it's so dumb. Alright, anyways. Everything is literally the dumbest shit ever. Alright, so like GCC, the compiler, existed before the Linux kernel. It says yes, GCC. Alright, so what did it run on before that? Because like, what even is a C compiler without an operating system? So 1987, 1991? Oh wait, it's only like 5 years. GCC was originally built to compile the GNU system, which is missing a kernel at the time. Oh my god. What? How do you have a system without the crucial... This is just as bad as Windows saying we don't have an operating system Windows, and then they get Gary Kittle, and then they fuck him over with IBM, and they have some like guy named Tom or something rip off DOS and then sell it to IBM, and they're like, oh, it's like secondhand, whatever, copied, so it's legally fine. What the hell? So they have the GCC compiler originally built to compile the GNU system, which was missing a kernel at the time. When Linux appeared, it was compiled using GCC. That combination, GNU tools plus Linux kernel, is why systems are called GNU/Linux. Alright, what is the GNU system? Does G stand for government? Huh. Or is it like the governmental new Unix system or something? And how do you have the system without the damn kernel? You don't have a system then. You don't have anything. What even? Alright, so what's a GNU system and how does it run? Or how does it operate? How does the system operate without a kernel? What even? Alright, so anyways, the GCC compiler is a piece of garbage. So like, last stream, whatever, I had to like finish up the stream before it ended. Because YouTube has like a 12-hour limit, whatever. This is what the GCC output, compiler outputs, whatever, for this code here. So it's like a comparison, it's testing a string literal. So return false, whatever, and then return true. So the compiler outputs this. And this is terrible. This is like pattern matching at its worst. Because the compiler is terrible. It's poorly designed. It's just as bad as GPT. If you have to like take code and then run it and then use heuristics or whatever to generate the best match to pick how to optimize something, that's a shitty system that doesn't work. So like this is like one chunk of code. So like in your C program, it'll compile this whatever, this assembly. Alright, so first, alright, what is it like? What it does here is alright, so yesterday, whatever, I should just get to the point. I need to get something done. I'm stalling on purpose. That's why, whatever. Alright. So I wanted to see, like, how bad the compiler makes this instruction, whatever, or, like, the C function. And it's pretty bad. So I asked Chatbot. Well, first I wrote what I would do, and it's about the same size and length in instructions. And I compared to whatever. So, like, back and forth, whatever. And then Chatbot said my code was like 0 to 5% faster. And then that's a lie, because Chatbot's wrong. Because Chatbot doesn't know what it's talking about. And I didn't catch it, so like, technically speaking, this code here that I pasted, you can't use a test because that tests a bit mask. It doesn't test a value. I'm not gonna waste time trying to like optimize or like make it take less instructions or whatever right now. People do Sudoku or Sudoku, whatever it's called, and you're doing a pointless puzzle. What a fucking waste of time to do Sudoku or Sudoku, whatever the hell it is. You could be like doing assembly or like figuring out some actual pattern matching that like will make you money or at least make you smarter. But instead people waste their time trying to like improve their memory with like Sudoku or whatever the hell it's called. Like if you want to sit and stare at some code for a couple hours and like evaluate all the possible combinations to pick the best one, that's like way more useful than like Sudoku or freaking brain puzzle shit. Alright, so I pasted this in the chatbot and it said, oh yeah, this will be faster. Except it didn't catch it. This needs to be like compare, I think. What is it? Compare. So like compare is subtraction. Test is a bit mask. So I should type that. And then I still don't like this. But this is less instructions than what the compiler outputs. And then the compiler, the C compiler, that outputs this. And what's sucky about this is that it does this unnecessary XOR operation. It's completely pointless. Like, the most pointless XOR ever. I'm not surprised, because the compiler sucks anyways. So, like, I don't know, whatever. So, like, whatever you rate it as. Oh, here. Alright, so this is like another way to write it. If the C compiler was a real compiler, it wasn't garbage. Which, like, it is garbage. Because, like, if it wasn't garbage, then it would, like, it wouldn't make such bad code. And the debugger would be way better. But since it's not, it's just, like, straight up evidence that it's garbage. Unless that's acceptable, unless, like, subpar, just everything is cool, then yeah, I guess it's not garbage then. Alright, so C compiler, since it's like designed by people who don't know what they're doing, because if they knew what they're doing, it would have done this. But since they don't know what they're doing, and the C compiler is like years and years old, what would Visual Studio output? Alright, I gotta get something done. So like I put in check or whatever, couldn't do this instead. So what the C compiler does is it does set if equal AL, so it's getting the flag of the comparison of A and B here. That's this code. Alright, so this is A, I guess. This is B. So the compiler outputs compare A, B. And it's a set if equal, so like whatever. It subtracts behind the scenes RDI and A and then RD and B. And the compiler ORs them. So it does like, it combines the bits. So this is going to be 1, and then this will be 1. Or 1 will be 0, the other will be 0. But it ORs them here. And then it does this weird XOR. So it throws in an XOR 1. So EAX holds the result, and it throws in OR 1, or XOR 1. Why is it the? Because it has to flip it. Because it's testing for the other case, because it has to return the opposite. So you gotta flip the bit. So this is like terrible. It's pathetic. What it should have did was set equal, or actually is a set not equal. So even chatbot sucks. It should be set not equal. Just everything is stupid. Alright. It'll set if not equal these two things to DL. It'll set a bit. And it'll set a bit to AL. And then it'll OR them both together. So if either of them are not equal, a bit's set. And then it moves to RAX result. So this is like one instruction less than this one. So it's like, I don't know. It's like, oh, one instruction, big loop. It's like, no. No, it's a lot of instructions. It is a shitload of instructions. And computers aren't free, unless you're using a Chromebook. So you pay money for your fucking computer, and you're generating crap. You're running crap code. Just straight up garbage. It's killing trees. You're basically killing trees by running crappy code. I hate trees. Why is this here? Man, chatbot is the worst. It literally gets stuck on 4 questions before this. And it's not even the correct fucking, oh my god, this is so dumb. How dumb could chatbot get? It's just generating slop. Or hallucinating. It's not even hallucinating, that's an excuse. It's a made up word by the fucking, advertising department, whatever. Like, oh, don't call an error. Call it hallucination. That'll make it sound better. Alright, so test RDI. Test here. This doesn't even work. God, this is dumb. So assembly is very complicated. That's exactly why the C compiler sucks. So what the C compiler should do is this. Set not equal, set not equal. And then or. And not even need this. There's no reason to flip the bit, because it should be smart enough, if it's designed by smarter people, to know, hey, there's no reason for the XOR. So this is like one instruction, less whatever, that doesn't have to run. So it's like, and then the computer, it runs off instructions. It's really not that difficult. It's not that difficult. But then people are like, oh, computers they're complex beasts. No one knows what's going on under the hood. They're just so fucking complicated. No, it's not. It has data and instructions. It's that fucking simple. It's very simple. It is as simple as shit. That's why computers have been out since like 1958 or whatever. Because it's not that complicated. There's no excuse for this shit. So the compiler should output this, but it doesn't. Because it's trash. So it's like, okay, so that's like one instruction, so what? Alright, that's like one instruction here, whatever, in this one function. So how many functions does or how about lines of code? How many lines of code does a typical program have? Let's say this is like 4 lines of code. Let's say like has like 1 extra line of code for every 4 lines, where it does some useless operation. And let's say you're running JavaScript, or you're running like a game, and like if the computer had to do 1 less instruction for like every 4 or 5 instructions, it'd be like a 5th faster, whatever. And if you go all the way down to the operating system, then the whole thing would be even faster, like fast as fuck. It's not even worth typing in GPT. So I don't know. An entire program is way more than just this little test case. So when the compiler makes the entire program, there's so much bloat in subpar optimization because it doesn't optimize. If it optimized, it wouldn't be subpar. And it's like subpar as hell. That's why I gotta freaking write assembly. Because these compilers are shit. Waste of time. So this is what the compiler outputs. Here, whatever. This is also up there. This. And it can be broken down to like that. So I don't know, whatever. I wrote it another way, but that doesn't matter because it ended up turning this anyways. So I don't know, everything's just really dumb. So yes or whatever. Instead of test, it should have been compare. And then I think that would work. And then I might have to flip set not equal to like, so, you know what, it doesn't matter. Everything's dumb. Alright, so that's assembly. So I messed that up because I'm dumb. And the compiler's dumb. So whatever. And then I was like looking into AI crap. Could this just work? Can this just please come on, just work? There it goes. Alright, so I was looking into like AI stuff, whatever. And then I was like, oh, it could optimize this, whatever. Except technically speaking, this isn't really possible. So like, in a nutshell, well, like not possible. What I'm saying is like what's the website? It is playing a video. I hope it's not outputting sound. I wouldn't be surprised. Well, if there was like sound going on at the same time, whatever, I don't fucking care anymore. Everything's crap. Alright, so here, whatever. Alright, so like these two things, I don't know, I kind of like left off last stream, at the end of the stream. Just want to like, whatever, point out and get some done. Alright, so like, how like most AI whatever works. It says root nodes at 0, left nodes at 1, and the right nodes at 2. In general, if a node is at index I, left node is at 2 times I plus 1, and the right node is at 2 times I plus 2. So like, this is funky. So like root, left, right. So you got 2 times I plus 1, and 2 times I plus 2. So like, the root node, if you detach it from the rest of the tree, you can do like, root array. But not really, technically. I'll call like A and B. Or X and Y. So if you like remove the root from the rest of the array, then the child would be at, or it could be set up like this, whatever, 2 times I or 0. Instead of plus 2, like, or 1. Alright, so like, the nodes in the AI, there's like, it's a tier system, however, there's like the true case, false case, or like left, right, whatever. I'm gonna call it 0 and 1. It's easier. It's like 0, you got like 0, 0, and then 0, 1. And then 1, you got 1, 0, and 1, 1. And then like the root is whatever. So you got like true, false, or whatever. And you got like true, false here. So true or false, whatever it is, 0, 1. It has to start with 0, 1 on the left side. So this is like 0 on the left side, and then 1 on the right side, or left side here. So they'll start with the same parent tree they belong to. Which means that the fact that this was true carries to this one. So there's like overlap. So like I don't know technically yet if it worked this way. But like an if else tree is like if else. Instead of working downwards like this from the if to the else, whatever, it would also be possible to work upwards. I think technically, maybe not. I haven't tested it yet. And if you work upwards, whatever, then there's like 2 cases at the top. If you put these in an array and use these as the note, the root or whatever, so we call this a root, then you could like technically loop the root nodes until you get the match you want, and then pick A or B. And then chatbot said doing it this way makes a tree like this. Oh my god, everything's like sideways. So like this is where like the top case up here, whatever, it like overlaps. So like I don't know how to explain it, except the way like the tree works now is it looks like this, whatever. Oh, whatever. It's not worth finding. So right now what they do, whatever, it ends up being like node 0, and then 1 and 2, and then 3, 4, 5, 6. So we access a tree, or whatever. It ends up going root 1 or 2, and then from there, it goes to like 3, 4 from 1, or from 2, it goes to 5, 6. So cache-wise, you're jumping around the memory, or whatever, because they're not like, it's based off the stupid math. Where they're doing like 2 times I plus 1, then 2 times I plus 2. So if you like remove the root, and then and you do this, whatever, it turns linear. But then the root, whatever, it would have to change. So you probably need another parameter. It probably wouldn't be I. Maybe make like a pointer and swap it out. So every time it checks, you don't change it, whatever, until it finds a match, and then it like enters like evaluate, whatever, and then access, I don't know, like this, whatever. So I don't know. So instead of that, instead of like this, whatever, so instead of this, where it's like a funky crab walk, where it has to like compute and then access, remove like the root node, whatever, and access it like this. But then, technically speaking, there needs to be branching or a separate array. And I don't even know, yeah. So I typed up this, whatever. That's what I was thinking about. Because technically speaking, using the way they do it, it doesn't set up like that. And mathematically, you can't really get that. Well, you could. You know what? I'm gonna like whatever. So like this stuff though. 2 times I plus 1. That's like a fancy way to like bake a ternary statement. So like I don't know. It is actually pretty fancy. But like to run a whole AI off it, and they call it AI when it's not. It's just freaking like data uncompression for like a query search and database. Alright, I'm gonna get on track and get program done. Alright, so like the game engine, whatever. Or like a game assembler, I don't know. I don't want to call it engine because nobody knows what an engine is. And then everything calls itself an engine when it's like kind of not. Man, it started up and like there's garbage in the RAM. Man, this software's crap. So like there's like the driving system or whatever, like drives the rest of it. And then the bookkeeping, and then like a blob, a data structure for the time scheduler. And yeah, it keeps getting more complicated. Just more and more complicated. Just every single thing. More complicated. So I need this thing to be faster than Unreal Engine and Unity Engine off the bat. So that I'm like, okay, I'm guaranteed it's faster. I'll get back to JavaScript and I'll get back to that later. So I want to like invest time, but not too much time. Because it's like 100 some days now. So it has to not waste time. Oh, they updated their website. Wow, amazing. Could they update their game engine? Nope. What's this fancy diagram? Does it say Unreal? Oh, I thought this was Unity. Oh, I typed the wrong thing. I was like, man, Unity looks way better. Yeah, no, they got this website. Did they use AI to generate this? Alright, I'm not gonna pick. Alright, so like, if I can make an engine in like 100 some days, not 7 days, like what people say about JavaScript. Like, oh, he made it in 7 days. Freaking like 100 days. It must be retarded. So if I can make something in 100 days or so, that's faster than Unity Game Engine. And that's faster than like Unreal Engine. Then I can get back to like my JavaScript engine and then I don't know. I need a guarantee. I need to know it's faster. Because when I get JavaScript done, I'm gonna attach it to the game engine. And I gotta know it's faster. Because my JavaScript engine is already like just freaking way faster than Chrome V8. So I already have that known. So I have to know like my engine that I'm setting up is faster. So I gotta like making something that's faster is not that difficult. It's just complicated. It's not difficult. It's complicated. Yeah. So like I've been like cleaning up code and rewriting it and sorting it around and shuffling it and thinking about and planning. And this is so annoying. Oh, I did not plug in that. Testing, testing. is this gonna work? If I stop streaming, I'm just gonna stay offline. The whole point of streaming was to be like the process. So I had to like stream, otherwise I'm gonna stop and just get it done offline. Man, the lag is insane. Wrong keyboard. Wrong shortcut. Oh my god. The programs are different between operating systems. What? Alright, so like, I don't know. C language is garbage. What I need. I'm just gonna like walk through whatever and then get going. I need to stop stalling. I can only optimize stuff so much. Alright, so I have a time schedule or whatever. And the time scheduler is like, it created so much extra complication. Just like, where even is this mouse pointer? The most complication. I gotta unplug monitor. This setup does not work. I lose the ability to see the screen of the tablet. You know what? I'm just going to keep going. Damn it, wrong keyboard. This is not usable. Oh my god, this is so painful to work with. Why did I move everything around? It was not worth it. This is unbearable. I can't work with this setup. Alright, so at some point, which is this point, I gotta run code. And the problem is that the code, it needs to be time scheduled. So it's like, well, duh, that's why you made a time scheduler. But it's complicated. I can't just put the code outside of the time scheduler, because then it would have to synchronize with every single thing in like the finite state machine. That would be like a huge overhead. It's not even worth it. So like, I gotta get the code in the time scheduler. Yes. And right now I have it's set up whatever. So right now I have GPU mesh, still image and rail. So these are not related to code at all in any way. Man, I'm tired of this. I did this to myself. I have no one to blame. Well, myself. Well, me and myself, and then I. So I got 3 people. I guess I could blame. Well, 3 of the same. So really 1. Oh, main file. And I had to go through and shuffle around macros. Do you know how much fun that is? It's not fun at all. I gotta fucking move macros up to the top of the file. And I have to like rename stuff to make sure it doesn't overlap with other stuff. I wanna die. Ceiling is trash. Where is that file? Right here. So after the GPU, I was gonna set up sequence for like MIDI or like keyframes for like video, whatever. Video. Or like I need some freaking mouse that's dry. It's freaking water. I need caffeine. And as I set up sound. So right now I only have GPU. Devices. GPU mesh still real. So I need to add one for code. So I had to come up with like a category. Maybe code. And then like C language, I mean whatever. So I need a header category just called code. So I had to make 2 new files. Alright, so if I do that, then I can run stuff and attach a time scheduler. But that means I can even put it here. Because if I put it above, it's going to reorder these GPU things. And they kind of have to be where they are in their place. Otherwise, I'm going to break something and not notice it. So I'm going to keep it basically how it's set up already. Without breaking stuff. Except right now I only have one category. So if I add this category for code, then currently I only have one thing set up in the time scheduler data. It's not set up for multiples yet. So I just got like one of these. So basically, when I add one, this is for like the GPU, whatever. I plug the tablet into the other computer. So this isn't going to work very good. And then it's sideways. Yes. Why is it sideways and backwards? What is happening? Well, that's really confusing. So left is up, right is down and up is left. No, up is right and then down is left. Alright, so up. No, that's up. Up, down, left, right. Oh, I can't remember that. It's like backwards. Oh my fucking god. That's a G. This is a P. And then this is a U. For your mom. It looks like a V, but it's a U. This is not working. Alright, so this is all I got right now. The GB, that's what's set up. So when I add this next category for code, fuck me. Everything's gonna break. The whole fucking thing. So when I add the next category, could this be any more laggy? It probably could. CODE. This is not usable. Am I running my D? That's a B. Wow. Come on, I gotta get something done. Making this is so difficult. No, that says code is close enough. So when I add this category, then adding sound and stuff will be easier. But I'm just gonna add it. And I'm tired of this. God. And then right now, it's calling to update the screen, but it's well, it is tied to time scheduler. Oh. I'm tired of this. I need to just get going. I have all these separate pieces of the program, and I gotta connect them all. And everything's gonna break as I connect it. I just spent a couple of days rewriting, reorganizing, setting stuff up, and I gotta do it. So everything's gonna break. I might not even get to adding this yet. But if I do, then I get the code attached and it's time scheduled. In the time scheduler itself, I still gotta set up the arrays for this part that I'm gonna explain right now. Alright, so let's say like it's calling the code 64 times a second, whatever. Wrong keyboard, damn it. I'm gonna end up deleting stuff on accident. I'm just gonna like put these randomly. let's say like the code's updating and not 64 frames per second, or whatever the top samples per second is. It's just updating at like a quarter, so like 16, so I don't know, whatever. Alright, so like if I put the code in the time scheduler, someone said I hope you're having a good time. I'm having a great time. And you made it a teeny bit better, so I don't thank you. Alright, so like just want to like smash my head against the wall. Alright. So the nodes. The thing is time. This makes it so complicated. Just everything so complicated. So like JavaScript, whatever, when you write JavaScript, it runs the code. Runs the code top to bottom. And use like set timeout, whatever. So, but not really. Because you can't have the the shadow DOM. We have the document object model, except the shadow DOM. So assuming it's just JavaScript, you're not using HTML fragments or whatever the fuck they're called, it won't update the screen or whatever until the next pass. So this code in that I'm gonna run whatever. I gotta put the time scheduler after I set up the separate buffer, because it's only set up for one thing. God, this program's laggy. So after all that, and it's in, and it's good to go, then like the code itself, how code physically runs is you have the code, and then you expect it to be instant, or you expect like to read a property and then get the value. So like that's the best way to like destroy performance. So I gotta like, I have to set it up so it delays any writes until it hits a time scheduler. Because all the nodes, and I'm gonna have to use Node.js to parse a file, because I'm not gonna do this in C. It is not worth the macros to set up. C language is like a pathetic excuse to port operating systems cross-platform. And that's all it's ever been. And it's all it ever will be. And that's exactly why it hasn't been updated. It's like the node. Let's say I have like a node. And then this is a lot of work to freaking describe. Alright, let's say I have like Shrek, a node, whatever. How do I open a virtual desktop? Oh my god, the desktop environment actually updated. They fixed a couple of bugs. What was I doing? Oh, Shrek, that was it. This is a first gen i7 computer. It's like 17 years old. It's gonna take a while to open. I'm gonna get some caffeine. My game engine, whatever, and JavaScript engine, gonna support 17-year-old i7s and then the newest i9s. Because I guess I'm retarded. Because I'm like support every fucking computer. Because no one else does that. Because that'd be retarded. Man, this program's retarded. I literally clicked to open Shrek. So just open Shrek, not generic cube. Alright, so like if I have Shrek here, I need more caffeine. Alright, so like that's Shrek. Or it might not be Shrek. Is Shrek copyright? It might be your mom. But I wouldn't know because like she had like a bag over her face. A paper bag. So like unless your mom's Shrek. Unless that's also copyright. Alright, so it's Shrek. Or I don't know, maybe. Unless it doesn't look. I think it kind of looks like Shrek. Maybe not. Alright, so Shrek. So let's save Shrek. So I got like these spinning boxes right now. These are not Shrek. These are spinning quads. I've had these for the last like 80 days. Been trying to set stuff up. Fuck. So I want to get Shrek onto the freaking window. But I gotta attach the entire time scheduler system up. Did the computer just freeze? So I gotta finish setting this entire thing up. Because on top of this, these simple spinning squares, they got like shaders and all the stuff attached to it. And once I get Shrek set up, then he's gonna have his own like resources. This is getting so complicated. So like, this is Shrek, okay? So it's a uniform buffer object. Went on the Vulkan API on the GPU. So I gotta load that in to the program. So these are nodes. This is like almost an actual engine. Once I attach all the parts, be fucking legit. And so let's say like Shrek. It's like GPU shader. And like sounds. Alright, so like Shrek code. And then GPU shader and sound. Yes. So like, so the typical game engine is shit. So why is it shit? That's the first thing I want to fix. So like the normal game engine, you have like an entity. And then components. Where is the mouse? Where did it go? I'm almost adjusted to drawing without the screen. So the typical engine, you have entity and components. So it'd be like Shrek as the entity. Or the object, whatever. So this whatever. And the components would be like the GPU, shader, and the sound. Or the code, whatever. Wrong keyboard. Or it's like GPU, shader, sound. Be the components. Alright, so the normal game engine. That's that. The normal game engine, you can't put Shrek inside of Shrek. Because it's entity and component. The entity can only hold components. So what I set up, cause it freaking, why'd I do this? It's gonna be worth it. So I have it set up whatever. Everything's like an entity. Not just like these things are entities. And then you could hold a collection of them. But you can't run. Yeah. So instead of this setup, I have like entity setup. So like in a video game, a menu. This is a menu. So in a video game, lots of times they use fucking HTML because the video game engine sucks. So like, you know what? Let's use a web page in the video game. Because it's not like a web page sucks. You know what? What doesn't suck? Alright, so Unity game engine, why do people...
Unity game engine. Why do people use a web page for the menus?
And the stream is like lagging like hell. That's just great. The stream might crash. So... I updated it. I clicked update because I'm like, you know what? I might as well click update. That's what I get. Alright, so like,
Unity game engine. Why do people use a web page for the menus?
and I know the screen's sideways. I just don't care. Man, chatbot is a liar.
People don't use an actual web page inside Unity in the literal sense most of the time, but it can look that way because of how UI is built.
No. The UI is a web page. Alright, what about Steam? Does Steam use a web page?
The Steam application that uses a web page like how people do with Unity.
Is it PayPal? Oh, I spelled people wrong. Missed the key. Just make a new desktop, who cares? 17, 18, 19, 20 desktops. All the desktops. I really need to close some Sublime menus. So like, imagine that. Imagine if this was a website menu. That'd be crazy, right? I mean, how professional would that be? I mean, that'd be super professional. To use a fucking web GUI because you don't know how to freaking make an app. So professional. Is this even gonna load? Is this store not gonna work? So I don't know, imagine if this is like a web page. That'd be weird as hell.
The Steam application that uses a web page like how people do with Unity. Yeah, Steam is one of the biggest real-world examples of this approach. What Steam is actually doing, the Steam client UI is largely built using web tech, HTML for structure, CSS for layout style, JavaScript for logic. Internally, it uses Chromium Embedded Framework, CEF, which is basically a stripped-down Chrome instance embedded into the app. So when you're browsing the store, opening your library, viewing profiles, you're effectively interacting with a web page rendered inside a native application window.
Why do we have an operating system? Why? Like, why? Like, what does the operating system even do? Oh. Oh, yeah, it's like the window compositor. Yeah, because that does so much stuff. So why does Steam do this? Because they don't know what they're doing. Because if they did, they wouldn't be using web page. Wrong keyboard.
Why Steam does this? Same reasons Unity devs sometimes do it. Fast iteration. Valve can update UI without rebuilding the whole client. A lot of UI logic can be shipped like a website update. Shared ecosystem. The Steam store is also a real website. They reuse large parts of the same front end. Complex UI is easier in web tech. Things like dynamic lists, scrolling content, responsive layouts, text-heavy interfaces are already solved problems in the browser world.
Already solved? Are you kidding me?
Are already solved problems in the browser world.
Alright, if it's already solved, all that stuff, then why, like, just recently has someone made code that computes the height of the text in a box faster than the browser can? Oh, because none of it's solved. It's just a shit show.
So if are already solved problems in the browser world, then why is it such a big deal that someone MDE a script recently that is able to compute the height of a box based on the font? That it can do it faster than the browser can if already solved. How did someone make something that simple and get credit for what the browser has clearly not solved?
Because none of it's solved. Alright, so like, that's what I kind of want to solve. So if I set stuff up to be able to have an entity and an entity, then that means this window here if this is like a web page, whatever, like the Steam web page, whatever, it means it'd be possible to have this inside of this. And you can nest arbitrary things. Code, data, images, videos, script, whatever. You can nest it within other things without killing the performance. So you could have like, this is a stupid example. You could have the same menu, whatever, and you could have like one of these nodes or menus hold a copy of another one in some state, have another window open to like the same data, hold another reference of it in a different state, and have another one that's cloned of it, but with different parameters. So like Unreal Game Engine, they say they have nodes, but they don't. I don't consider that a node. I don't know. I have like high expectations. So I got a lot to meet. So I gotta get this done. But like, if you could have an entity in an entity, where this is like an entity, the menu, whatever. Because right now, it's entity and component. So if this was an entity, you wouldn't be able to have... You could have an iframe. And that's a joke, though. Well, it's not, because people use iframes like that. Iframes are terrible for performance. And they can't, like, you know, whatever. So, like, right now, you get, like, an entity. And then these are, like, components inside of it. But not technically. You know, well, whatever. In the text thing, someone, like, figured out how to, like, compute the text, the height, whatever. And it's so much easier than what they did. I mean, like, learn typography. God. That's not that difficult of a problem. Alright, so anyways. Because, like, the solution to the problem is, like, it could be with a little bit, whatever, it could be, like, way better. And everybody's, like, freaking out, like, oh my god. Like, it is impressive. But, like, the browser, it shouldn't be so terrible. The browser is so bad. Chatbot keeps getting dumber. I don't think it's possible to use this anymore.
Already solved doesn't mean can't be improved. It means the problem has a complete, correct, general purpose solution, not that it's the fastest possible version. What that person likely did is optimize a very narrow slice of the problem that browsers handle in a much more general and heavier way.
Here.
Kerning?
If the guy that wrote the script that computes faster, like, apply some kerning, make it a lot easier, or throw that in with it, and then it makes it easier to, like, compute the height. So I don't think he did. I'm gonna Google it really quick. I'm stalling. I don't want to do this anymore. Is this it? That there's no way that's it. What is it, useless? Was everybody hyping up something that doesn't matter? Well, that wouldn't be a first. Could the browser be any more laggy? Yes, it could. Now it's sideways. Oh well. We could try Safari. This is full screen? What? Is the sound even working? It's not. That's this. Really gotta restart. Fucking fuck. Oh, it's Safari. Duh.
And it's super performance, like they're going through walls, they're killing zombies. It's just phenomenal. Like, and it was all vibe coded. It allows you to do stuff like that. If you see the video demo in here, the guy shared, it's basically what this new JavaScript algorithm broke the internet in the past day. So this guy on Twitter posted yesterday on Twitter about him inventing and coming up with a new algorithm that allows fast, accurate, and comprehensive text measurement.
You gotta love the word algorithm. It's a great word. Applies to anything.
Probably wondering, what does that even mean? I mean, isn't that like what is CSS for? Actually, you're right. CSS allows you to do stuff like that. If you see the video demo in here the guy shared, it's basically what CSS is meant for, just like recalculating and having the right position in text and everything. But when you have something as complicated as this demo put to CSS, it's not going to be super performance because CSS does a lot of heavy lifting, and that's something called reflow, which is browser reflow, which actually calculates every element on the browser whenever another element changes. So for example, in here, because
So I I'm not gonna have an issue with reflow. I'm gonna have an issue with everything else setting this up. Because I have a time scheduler. I need to just do this and get something done. So the browser has reflow. Because they like run the JavaScript. And they have like the shadow DOM. So it's like document object models that are not part of the actual document yet. So behind the scenes, they're gonna end up running the whole fucking browser loop. When you hit one of these points, we're using like a shadow DOM thing. Alright, so like this is like, I don't even know, I'm just complaining. I can't even explain, there's so many things I gotta freaking set up. So like browser reflow is when it updates the screen, it has to paint to the GPU. And they got a bunch of stupid names and shit, like paint. So when you edit a DOM object, a document object model thing, the CSS styling, say like element dot style dot color equals red. So in the browser, if you set it to this element, whatever, if this was like right here, and you want to like read the property to get the color, I think it would like actually give back red. Which means, if it does do so, I don't remember. That is like not efficient. It means the whole program has to stop and wait. And you gotta like access these things, read, write, whatever. So it puts a halt to all the data, every single fucking thing. It all just stops. It pauses. And it's like, it can't continue until it hits upon the script. And this is like subpar. This is stupid as hell. Unless that's like acceptable. Maybe some people think that's fine. I mean, the browser is known for its performance. It's bad performance. But if that's considered like cool, good, not wasting your time, then whatever. Then that's what it is, but I don't know. I don't think most people see it that way. I think most people are like pissed off with the performance, the subpartness of having to like write this code, deal with it. So like instead of this, I have nodes that I still gotta set up now. And they're entity to entity. And they don't pause the whole script. So this part, don't pause the whole script. That's because of time scheduling. So, I don't know, I'm just like talking it out. I gotta get this done. But there's so many things I gotta do now. So the Shrek code, it holds like a GPU shader, sound, separate nodes, but they're the same entity. So like, I'll just chat about what that means in a second. In chat, I'll just make like a 2-3 paragraph, like paraphrasing back, whatever, and extrapolate on it. Because I'm not focused right now. I'm trying to like just think and talk at the same time. Alright, so like between the samples per second, this node here, for example, the Shrek code, or the Shrek node, if it had Shrek on it, whatever. I can get this done. I'm so tired of this. I want to get Shrek on the GPU, and I want to be done with this. I cannot, the mouse pointer is so tiny on this blue background, so I should change it from blue. Oh, this program is broken. Every single thing is broken. Oh, this is a crappy design. I can't. Oh my god. Oh, there it goes. Man. Man, it's still hard to see the mouse. Alright, so I got this Shrek, whatever. So GPU shader sound, and then there's gonna be some code to it. So maybe like, I also need like a, can turn this always on. Alright, so this would be a single node, I guess. And this is a parent node, the code one. So maybe I should draw it like this. But I can't draw like that. Yes, I can. So the problem is that like code is linear. You write text top to bottom. But this ends up being like a non-top to bottom problem. Man, the floating point is terrible on this program. Freaking moves like 80 pixels. Oh my god. Alright, so Shrek code is here. It's the main node, or the head node. Then sound, and then GPU shader. So like keyboard input maybe. So like the crazy thing is that each of these nodes can be time scheduled to any fucking refresh rate. So like the Shrek node holds these nodes. This may be at like 16 of the 64. So like 16 samples per second of the 64 samples per second. But I can make the shader code run at 64 samples per second. So I don't know. I literally need all this so that I'll have a freaking no one can compete. This doesn't exist yet. I'm gonna take the market. It's gonna be mine. And then development hell will be a thing of the past. Or all the idiots that like want to stay in the past. And then they can like continue and sacrificing their time, their money, their life, making things in developer hell. Because I'm done with this shit. So let's shred code. Let's say this runs like 16 times a second. Let's make this like green. And then once I get this running, I'll benchmark it and improve, like, look, it does do it. Not like me just saying, imagine this, imagine that. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Like, no, I'm saying it because I'm going to do it. It's not like imaginary land. So when I say I'm going to put Microsoft out of business, Microsoft, they're going to go out of business at some point. If they don't go out first. All I need is a little push, a little competition. Alright, so let's say like the shred code updates. This is not 60 frames per second though. I should just make 60 tick marks. Because I'm thinking anyways. $16 is a quarter of 64, I'm pretty sure. $164. Let's freaking double check. I'm pretty sure I messed stuff up every now and then. So at least I said that right. Let's put 15 tick marks. 15 tick marks. That looks like crap. I mean, it's taking more effort. Really, I gotta zoom in. Why does it look sticky? What kind of line is that? It's a trash line. Oh, there's two of them. Wait, what? It's not even a straight line. What is happening? I picked the line tool, and then I drew a line. What kind of line is that? Man, I'm tired of everything. I'm losing brain cells. Sitting here using garbage software. That's not a line. That's 2 lines. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Everything fucking sucks nuts. Especially your mom. Unless she's like allergic to peanuts. Then she sucks dick. Peanut allergies. Very serious. Or your mom just prefers steak over peanuts. What do I know? Yeah, I have no clue why your mom sucks. I wouldn't ask her. She might tell you, and I don't think you want to know either. I think I kind of figured out what I was trying to figure out. What kind of line is this? It's stuck. That's not a line. You know what? Actually, that is a line. Never mind. When it was 2 points, it wasn't. But that was technically a line. It was point to point. I need to get to the point. Instead of going around it. And stop saying your mom. So like, the web browser paint, or whatever, for example, like painting the window, whatever, or reflowing. Dang it, freaking big ass lines. Big like your mom. Wrong keyboard. if I make a node called reflow. And then I place the things to reflow inside of this node. I could use the nodes as like a domain for like synchronizing things. Because if I want to get like element color red, that was not the line tool, that was the grab tool. If I want to like grab that property, I want to know when it changes and then grab it only when it changes. Actually, I'm setting it here. Alright, so like, let's say I'm setting it instead of grabbing it. I mean, that's the same thing, setting and grabbing. Let's say I'm reading it. So it's not setting it, it's reading. So I want to read it only when it changes. Then I can make another node check. Wrong keyboard. And check for this node, reflow node. Oh my god, this is so fancy. Holy fuck, this is awesome. So you say if reflow node, if it reflows, whatever. So maybe I'll give it like a property like active or something. Or callback. Alright, so it doesn't matter exactly how. Give a different color. I've already used all the colors. It's like if reflow. Dot changes, I mean whatever. Or dot on change. Maybe I'll make a property and then make that property exist for everything that has it so it can set off its own state after it entered. So my engine, it's not gonna pause. It's gonna chug through at fucking maximum throughput. Just zip. Maximum throughput, peak performance. It's not gonna pause. Like the browser right now. Because I'm not remaking the browser. I'm not remaking Unity. I'm not remaking Unreal. I'm making my own shit. Let's be way better than that shit. I'm assuming. I guess we'll find out. I need to get typing. But I have so much to freaking plan out. And it's so much easier to not make a mistake if you didn't type it yet. So I don't know, like, put if check, use a node as a domain, and then like if the reflow node has triggered or whatever, set a value or something. Man, this is so complicated. This is a bad example. So that way reflow could be set to like, maybe like 32 frames a second or something. If there's a reason to not run 68 frames per second and do like 16 or whatever, or 32, then it could be called like at these points. And then not every single take. And then the animations, they could be called separate from these takes, or like samples per second. So the reflow could be less than 64 frames a second, less than 64 or 60, except the animations can lerp to whatever the max frame rate is, because you can have the update time be less samples than the render time, or what's being rendered, because you can render stuff in its position without reflowing, and then it'll make it more snappy, whatever, for crappy devices. So like, if it's running Shrek code at these points, and this one, and then reflow happens, then inside the code, so like, it's not linear anymore. It's not just top to bottom. It's like, all these things are happening, and the code has to be contained within a single time slice, because all these other things, all the other nodes, they could be on different like refresh rates or timings, and they most likely will be. And I want to avoid unneeded synchronization, because that's the only way to get it faster than a Unity or Unreal. Or not only way, but like, I gotta design it from the bottom up to not have the same pitfalls as the other ones, and make like brand new pitholes or pitfalls. They'll be like exclusive to my stuff. Like, my stuff will have its own problems, unless it's perfect. But that's not possible, so. But maybe it is. I hate everything. Except raw. Alright, so like keyboard input, where would that go? And then these nodes exist physically inside the code for like shred code, whatever. That blob. They exist like here, whatever. Alright, I'm done planning ahead. I gotta get something done. So like when I make, it's like the shred code node type. It'll have physical text that's compiled. And inside of that compiled text, it'll have code that says like make GPU node or make sound node. And it runs from top to bottom. Except it's more complicated than that, because each of these blobs, these nodes, they have their own initialization states. So it might be like startup, clean up, I'm going to like, I don't know, I'm like planning for making like what C++ wants to be, but it's not, because C++ is garbage. Or call it a constructor destructor. You could probably simulate or emulate C++ with this API. When it's done, I still gotta set this up. So maybe the constructor is gonna make GPU shader and then sound. These nodes. drawing sideways is really difficult. So it's not just a single text blob, it's like, it's a node. It has all these like states and shit. So for like the constructor, maybe this code, where it makes these two. And deconstructor. And I could add a paint frame. Whatever enumeration, call whatever, like. So if I put a paint frame in here, it's not the paint frame node. I'm gonna make it paint or reflow, not paint frame, reflow. So if this is like for reflow, it means it's not actually tied to reflow. It's just like a generic, what is it called? A generic member function. Yes, that's it. I don't know C++. I'm not going to anytime soon. That's what I need to call the domain. I think the second domain. Is member functions. Alright, so we're getting 2, whatever. Alright, I'm done thinking ahead. There's no point at this point. I think I have everything figured out. So like if this was the direct node, this whole node here, as long as everything's set up, all I gotta do is attach it together, click run, and it's gonna work. Theoretically. And that'd be awesome. Click run and be like, fuck yeah. But it's probably gonna be like, oh, it broke. And I gotta fucking like, fuck around with it till it's running. So whatever. This will like make so many things possible that are not currently possible. Because if they were, then if they were possible, then Steam, they wouldn't be using a web page for their program. This looks like shit, like straight up garbage. It's like laggy as hell. It's not optimized. Just, yeah, CSS animations suck. The mouse over events are so slow. Even on a newer computer, it's garbage. So like if this stuff was possible now, then the Steam API would not be a web page layout. So the reason it's a web page layout is because the operating system dropped the ball. The operating system is not operational. If it was, yeah. Well, if it was, then I wouldn't waste my time making an operating system to replace it. And that would not be a waste of time. To replace a modern OS with something better. Like I'm assuming my game engine will be when I get all set up. That would not be a waste of time. That would save so many people so much time and fucking money and sanity. Because programming, it's all bullshit. Everything's stupid as hell. And people get computer science degrees. They don't know shit. And they sit around and fuck around. And nothing gets better. For fuck's sake. I'll just type Shrek. Be way easier. I'm not talking about the ogre. Just like a generic Shrek. Because like Shrek's a generic name. Well, actually I'm talking about your mom when I say Shrek. She's a monster. I want to stay in bed. I want to just talk shit to nobody, just shout at air. Just because I can. I need to focus, get done. Alright, so that's it. See, that's Shrek, whatever. The Shrek node. this is taking too long to set up. Oh my god. So many lines. Too many lines. Dang it. Why is it selecting the box? Oh my god. For the love of garbage. Let me freaking... Oh my god, finally. I'm gonna try moving these up. No, they don't line up. That's cool. Oh my god. Come on. I I do kind of need to actually take notes. So it would be helpful if I could just get this done and then save a copy as notes, as reference when I'm updating shit. So I want to just get this done and be done. And this is so frustrating. Oh my god, I gotta get the blue line. Wow, that took a lot of work. Fuck me. I gotta freaking undo. Why did I not just copy in the first place? That would have been helpful. I hope there's enough undo states. Okay, that's kind of impressive. It actually works. Well, for once, I guess something works. So it's totally sideways. Yup. Alright, so if this is a strike node, and let's say I have like GPU and then sound. Those are two separate nodes. Oh my god, I gotta unselect that, man. Alright, so make the B node. On this computer, that's gonna be my my reflow node. How far do I want to take this? If I have a reflow node, I could duplicate it, like clone it, and then I could set the properties inside the clone to different parameters, but still be tied to the original one. Alright. Technically it doesn't matter, I'm just gonna I gotta set stuff up. If I could get that, that'd be awesome. Have to do that. Let's say this is reflow, whatever. And I am ready to get done. I need to start programming. Wrong. Why is it not typing? Wrong keyboard. That is not Helvetica. Does the text not have inner or border? That's lame. Why doesn't the text have a border? The shapes have a border. Huh. stop stalling. Alright, if this node is for a GPU shader, or actually, how do I set this up so it actually kind of makes sense? I can make this one a sound. And this one device input. That's a D, but it has like a little stud or still on it. What is this, Virgin? Vigral? What the hell kind of font? Virgil? Virgil? Lolita one. What kind of font is Lolita? That does kind of look Shrek-like. Doesn't matter if it's Shrek-like. No, it doesn't. I gotta double check now. I think the Shrek font was fat. Like big fat Shrek text. Oh no, it has serifs on the end. Not really. The sans serif? He's got like fake serifs. I need to focus. What? None of these are serif fonts. This is the closest I can get. Man, the typography is subpar. I guess that's as close as I can get to like a serif, which is not very close. But then these aren't even real serifs. Your mom's a serif. Serif is a small liner stroke regularly attached at the end of a larger stroke. So this is very Shrek-like, but not really. No, this is not at all like Shrek. Within a particular font family of fonts. Making use of serifs is called a serif typeface. So typeface, font, they put in quotes. Font family. Because I don't even know what a font is technically. Technically, they all mean the same thing. Nobody cares about fonts anymore. We got the fonts we got, and nobody can make money making fonts. Well, you can make money making fonts, but you can't make as much money as you could make. Damn, that's hot. Shrek. I'm just gonna go with a different. It doesn't even matter. That's not even Helvetica. Oh, wait. It might be. You know what? Never mind. It's not, though. Is it? Where's an S? Oh, that's fancy. The S is more curvy. Like the E here, see how it's chunky? It doesn't look the same. This one has a bigger space in the E. Right here in the opening. This one's tighter. I'm not gonna say your mom. Because that wouldn't be true. At least not anymore. The kerning in the font. Too tight, too loose. I don't even know, whatever. Maybe it's Helvetica. I don't think it is. I'm gonna go with big fat font. Lolita. Lolita? Lolita. I don't even know. Whatever. I'm going with Lolita. For the font. I kind of want to make Shrek my background. But then I'll be like, you know what, this is really gay. And kind of disturbing. So I don't think I'm going to do that right now. Alright, so if this is reflow, node or whatever, if this one is this is sound. If blue is sound, that should make this blue. And this will be devices or input. Or controller. Or I could add a node for AI. Because I'm gonna have AI in my engine too. Like legit AI. It'll be like a copy of the current modern AI. And I'll make my own later. But not call it AI because it's not gonna be AI. This stuff is not AI. It's a freaking joke. You know what? That's good enough. I want it to be like. I'll just resize all of them. I'm trying to like, I don't know. I'm just thinking, installing. So you can get typing and then have less stuff break. If I plan ahead more, less stuff will end up breaking. Avoid as much stuff from breaking as possible. Alright, so Shrek is base node. Then got reflow here. And then, oh, I'm tired of this. It's taking way too long. GPU. This should be like animate. Are using all the bright colors. I already used green, but I was just green again. I would need like, man, this is gonna get complicated. I'm just gonna put animate. So these GPU shader things would have to be down there instead. Well, these could be shaders too. You know what? I'm just gonna whatever. Alright. If I have the animate, updating 64 takes a second. Or 60. And the sound, drivers, devices, whatever, they update like 100 times a second. I don't know, they update like pretty frequently. So like 64 wouldn't be the max, it'd be like more than 64. So I guess like sound here. So what would even go here? If there's like, I also want to support this, whatever. I'm gonna be able to like access a node as just arbitrary data, or have like a C# has like in out for like, oh, I don't remember, whatever. So I want to have like in out whatever, and when it runs the sound, I want to like save to a buffer. When it processes the sound, information about it as like tag data, so that a buffer like GPU shader or something, or not shader. So like this L node, which doesn't even have a type or whatever. But if it had a type, what would it be? Oh, this does go down and feed around. The L node goes down here and then up here. And then back into the top. So if there's like a data field, I guess, in the A, Shrek node, whatever, that holds the result of whatever L outputs. L right here. Then that could be passed around and fed back into like GPU share here. So like if like Shrek or whatever, for example, I guess. So maybe this like, maybe like a code node. I don't know, whatever. There'd be like a ton of different ways to do different things. It had to be like logically set up for whatever reason. I guess call it code. This would be like just basic C code. I keep typing on the wrong key. like a C language code node. That would control, I guess, like Shrek. So like Shrek is typically green. Alright, so Shrek's green. Unless you're colorblind, maybe that's gray. Well, actually, green is like, well, green is green no matter what. Even if you like see blue as purple and then green as red or blue. Whatever green is to you, I don't care. Hopefully you can see. Being blind would suck. But you wouldn't miss out on much. Half the people aren't worth looking at. Your mom is one of them. Or not, I don't know what she looks like. Alright, it's like Shrek is green. But like, if Shrek was red, I'll just like use a paint tool and fuck it up. This is gonna look like garbage. That does not do any justice to Shrek. Now let's say Shrek's in a nightclub. And he's gonna like be colorized to the beat or whatever. Then this node, C language node, code or whatever, the sound, I want like an in-out properties, whatever. So when it processes the sound, I could check for some frequency or whatever, or some like height in the data. And then so like a visualizer or whatever, I could like write to like an out, a separate data stream that this can read from for C language. And then I'll read for some update or data. Probably make like an enum or something. Unless I need like the actual sound wave, but that'd be more process and waste. So like if I make enums and I like make signals or whatever for this node to collect, then I could send it to this node. And it could collect it, test for it, and say like, oh, make Shrek red, because it's like the disco lights red or something in the club, because it's like processing the sound node. So like no game engine does that right now. So that'd be really fucking fancy. So I need to have that. If the nodes can like output data for the other nodes to collect based on the device it's tied to. And then I could feed back in and then go around into the GPU shader. Or whatever. Because this node, the L node, it like loops back around in this example. if it was set up to be routed like that. Let me go back around. So like this or whatever is what I gotta account for too. So GPU shader. So why would a GPU shader go into an animate node and then back out to another GPU shader? I don't know. Let's just say it does. To time schedule this, whatever. So like all these things are gonna update at whatever rate they need to update. So I think I'm done stalling. I gotta like type this up. And get it running. And then like take over. The industry. For games and shit. Not games. Just like, I guess like, I don't know, any media. Adobe too. Adobe sucks dick. So here I got like Shrek code on this other computer. It runs that tick 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 whatever out of the tool ticks. So if I put that on this computer, I gotta freaking draw it up. Great. So the complicated thing that I'm getting at, since I started drawing, is that the space between these points in the code itself is very, very fucking, it ends up being really, really complicated. Like extremely fucking complicated. All the code between here. Because there's a bunch of other fucking tick marks of other things going on. And they're all gonna be in order. And then like this node here, the GPU shader node, if this is here and this is here, it means it has to process these ones first and then these ones. So that's a double pass of like the update routine, whatever. In all these nodes, they're in like a layer, so things gotta update in order. So like divide like this. And I'm done stalling. I gotta get something done now. I gotta divide like this. Damn it, it's not working. And I gotta update this node, and then this node, this node, this node, and then this node, this node, this node, this node, and then this node. And after that, I guess this node, and then this goes in the second pass. But I think this node could be updated after. Or no. Yes. Yes. So that I get updated, and then this one, and this one. So this one would have its own separate pass after. So like, no game engine does this, or like, whatever the web browser is, whatever you call it. Nothing does this. And then each is whatever. If I put like a little like time slice here, or a tick for like when they update. If Shrek updates or like reflow. If I do reflow, every 30 takes a second. I'm just gonna pretend this is 30. Alright, let's say the reflow happens every 30 seconds. But then the update frame, so I guess Shrek's gonna run every 60. Or no, Shrek should run less to make sure it updates in between. And then you, okay, whatever. Alright, so Shrek updates at this rate. And then the green ones. And then reflow triggers at this rate. And then keyboard mouse, if those trigger at this rate. So if that's keyboard and mouse, whatever. Well, actually, I'll do two of them. Because I'm already like making this super detailed already. And then I gotta actually do this anyways. So it's not gonna hurt to be like whatever. So the keyboard generally isn't as fast as the mouse. Unless it's like one of the new Razer keyboards with like pressure sensitive keys. And GPU shader. Come on, more freaking. Dang it. Alright, I think I've like gone through every single part that I gotta set up. Or like finalize or whatever. Set up, put together, connect. Oh, I forgot the sound. That updates more than the freaking GPU shader. And that's blue. And this is why I've been stalling. Because this is a whole lot of shit to do. And I need to get it done. What is circular buffer? It's not kilohertz, what the heck is it? It's ridiculous.
How many samples per second does the computer write to the sound circular buffer for 198 kHz or 48 Hz? What's the common that's above 100 Hz but not Hz? Whatever is used as the unit that describes the frec on the PC of the sound. But how many times a sec does a program write or the driver to the circular buffer? Program write or the driver to the circular buffer? The GPU is like 60 frames per sec, or 128 frames per sec, but the sound at 198 watt for how many times per sec?
Oh my god. I unplugged the internet and it's responding. Are they running this locally? That's not even possible. It's not even plugged into the internet. Oh no, this is the other computer. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? Alright, never mind. Never mind. That would make no sense. I'm like, how is that? Okay, yeah. I switched the monitors around. That's why this monitor's sideways. I don't know what keyboard goes to what computer. Alright, anyways.
You're mixing two different rates. Sample rate, hertz kilohertz, how many audio samples per second exist. Buffer update rate, how often your program driver writes chunks into the circular buffer. They are not the same thing.
Of course they're not the same thing. When did I say they're the same thing? Oh, what?
What you said, they are not the same thing. When did I claim they were the same thing? I clearly distinguished between the FREC and the buffer. Because the FREC determines how often to the buffer. List exactly where I said or implied that the FREC was the same thing as the buffer.
Why can't it say freak? Like frequency.
You didn't explicitly say they were the same thing. What you did say was this, because the FREC determines how often to the buffer. That's the only place where the confusion comes from.
Why is it talking about... I'm talking about the past question. This thing got so dumb. Oh my god. That's why I thought it was running without the browser plugged in to the internet. Because I'm like, this thing is dumb. How is it so dumb? And I was like, oh, it's not plugged in. That's why I got so dumb. Because it's running some local, but it's not. It just got dumber. They got cheaper with the GPUs. And I would never pay for this anyways. This thing is garbage. Alright, it doesn't even matter. This thing is stupid. Oh, I almost puked. That was not even a burp.
Unity game engine. Why do people use a web page for the...
That's just like acid reflux. Escaping my body through my mouth. Now I got heartburn.
Unity game engine. Why do people use a web page for the menus? The Steam application
Why?
web page.
Why did it select all of the fucking web page? I wanted, you know what?
1. Sample rate. What 48 kilohertz actually means. 8 kHz equals 48,000 samples per second. 92 kHz equals 192,000 samples per second. That is density, not how often code runs.
Yes, I understand that.
2. How often the buffer is written. What you're asking, audio is written in blocks, not per sample. Typical pattern. You have a circular buffer, you fill it in chunks like 4 samples, 28 samples, 56 samples, 12 samples.
Audio is written in blocks, not per sample. 256 samples. So what, it's per samples? Why does it correct me? And say like,
Per sample.
not per sample.
Not per sample.
But then it says,
You fill it in chunks like
and it says samples.
samples, 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 samples. 64 samples, 28 samples, 56 samples. Written in blocks, not per sample. You fill it in chunks. In chunks like 64 samples.
So it is. But it's a block per sample. Then, you know what? Whatever. I'm losing brain cells using this thing. I feel like I'm getting dumber. Chatbot is so confusing. Because it's almost right, but it makes it up, and it's like, what's happening? So it's 192.
192 kilohertz with 256 buffer, 92,256 equals 750 writes per second.
So it's not 198.
198 kilohertz.
It's 192. I'm gonna keep forgetting. And it says sample buffer, and it says just buffer. So now it's like, is that being lazy?
48 kilohertz with 512 sample buffer.
But this one just says buffer.
192 kilohertz with 256 buffer.
So it's to be really strict and say, oh, samples. It's not per sample, it's per sample. Well, it says not per sample, then uses sample with the plural, in the plural form. And then here it's like, oh, it's a sample buffer. But then calls this one just a buffer. I wish it was consistent. Well, it is. It's like consistently shitty. And not AI. Did it not even answer my question? Well, it did. It didn't. So writes per second. So I guess 256. 750 writes per second. Holy fuck. No wonder.
$192 kilohertz.
Is CPU intensive. Freaking like
750 writes per second.
damn. Alright, so if this is sound for blue, whatever. So if these blue takes for sound. 192. No, not 192. What was it? 750? If the frame rate's at 60. divided by 64. So it rounds to 704. So 750. So 64 or 60 times 11. 60 times 666. No, 360. Duh. I hate radians. No, radians are 90 degrees. You know what? Everything's stupid. Oh, I got so much shit to do. $780. So 720. It's close enough to 750. So the sound, it writes the sound buffer 11 more times than the GPU. It's a lot of updates. Scale this by 11. The freaking blue ticks. It's not even gonna be tick marks, it's gonna be a fucking line. Oh man, it's not even gonna line up. You know, I need to just get this done and get programming. It's taking way too long to scale that times 11. So computers, the CPU, whatever, is pretty fucking fast. And then running JavaScript, the web browser, all this like subpar garbage. What a waste of CPU. Like, why even have a CPU that fast if you're just gonna run slop? Oh man, there's a hole. Alright, times 3 is enough. 11 will take way too long. So just pretend this is like 700 whatever samples per second. I've gone through the entire thing and I am ready to get going. And just program until it's done. I'm going to lock in and get done. Put the sound at the top. Alright, so why? Is this also complicated? I don't know. Unless this seems simple, then I guess it's not complicated. And if it is simple, then I should be able to like find an engine that already does this shit, and that I wouldn't have to make it, and that'd be awesome. But it doesn't exist. And it's a good thing it doesn't exist, because I'll be the fucking first. And the only. Because no one's stealing my shit. Freaking obfuscate it in every possible way. So sound is these ticks per second. And then reflow is here. This may take a second. Man, this mouse does not work very good for drawing. This mouse is broken, so I have a new one. Controller is right here. I think. Oh, I didn't even add that. Oh wait, no, this is the joint of these two. I still need to add a controller node. Or like takes to the freaking time scheduler example. I need to get programming before I start forgetting stuff. So I just went to the entire thing. And this diagram will actually help. It's actually worth it. It's all about the process. Ask your mom. Wrong keyboard. Dang it. Oh my god. I really wish these controls or whatever were more precise. That is not the case. Is this even floating point or is this integer based grid, for God's sake? Alright, so the controller, I'll give that like a slower update than the keyboard and mouse. So we can like patch up the updates, for example, whatever. And then I guess green is the main node, which has the main code. So the Shrek entity, because that's what this would be. This is the entity that contains other entities. Because this is a very, 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 very fancy node system. Oh man. Alright, so now I can like actually explain very simply what I was talking about earlier. In like layman terms. Basically your mom's language. Because your mom's a man. A layman. What's a woman? Oh no, they're called birth persons, I think. Everything is dumb. Alright, you know what, that's accurate enough, doesn't matter. It does kind of a teeny bit. It's gonna bug me. Alright, so I gotta like draw these two lines still. Not even the same red. It's a mouse keyboard. I want 100% freaking red. I really want to get back to operating system design, because I do not have the control I need in this slop environment. Could the program just work? And this is so annoying to get anything done. Especially it's complicated. This is so annoying. Come on. Alright, I'm gonna draw a couple more lines and then I'm done stalling. I'm gonna get to work. I thought everything through. And then it doesn't matter. I'm gonna have to like rethink it through again anyways. And I got this stupid diagram. Let's make it easier to whatever. As long as I follow a system, I set stuff up, and I don't like break the system I make, like every other fucking product in the environment. It will run, and I want to benchmark it against Unity and Unreal to see how much faster. If faster, assuming, but I'm pretty sure it would be. But what do I know? I mean, I'm not a team of a ton of people that spent years making an engine. This is just like 150 some days. What do I know? Could someone really do something better than years and years and years of slop, built on slop on slop? Who knows? And if they can, what kind of process did Unity and Unreal have? Was there any process? Or did they just like buy or steal stuff? Or make deals with Microsoft? And just make like shit products and fuck us over as a customer or developer? have another shader. Dang it. Oh my god, just freaking. Let's redraw this. Man, this is taking way too long. Oh man. I gotta add another one. Fuck. Is that it? Am I? No, I got one more. C language node. Just make it update this many times. Done. Well, not yet. On the keyboard. And now done. I'm still gonna have to make more notes anyways. Alright, so this is why it's so complicated. And why, I don't even know, yeah. So if this is a Shrek node, and if there's like a donkey node, or like Lord Farquaad node, it's a whole other node. And then the time scheduler, so like, I don't know, it's like really intricate. this time whatever. Or like, I don't know, like the outer time or whatever. Alright, that's done. I'm done with the notes. So this is man, the 3 monitors on the Mac. The zoom tool does not work. Oh my god. So time goes up or whatever. And then all these points in between. When it does like the shred code. This is on the other computer, great. I don't care to copy it over. Alright, so this is like what I had on here. This is like an expanded example that's not even real, but it's close enough. The actual code, if it's like a member function or like a generic member function, which I gotta set up now. Oh my god, I got so much shit to do. What does like Unity or Unreal Engine do with their time? They hire people, and what do? I mean, well, what do people do? Like seriously. If I make this, which I am, and it's gonna happen, and like no other corporation worth billions of dollars. I don't think trillions, but billions at least. Hasn't done so, then like, yeah, I guess your billions are gonna be mine. I will gladly take your billions. And I will fix the industry you fucked over. The people at the top. Clearly, there's people in between. And it's not their fault. It's not like the system was set up the way it is. And they're part of it. They're just like, there's people in the system. I don't know. system. Yeah, sounds like hippie like. So I don't know, whatever. Just everything is shit. So if this is like the Shrek node, and like there's a constructor and destructor, those have nothing to do at all with anything. And what I mean by that is like the nodes inside of it or I guess entities, whatever. If it's like considered entity component, then entities contain the components, but there's no components because they're all an entity. It's like the Shrek node here. And if one person can write a media engine and put like several companies out of business, that'd be awesome. I'm an artist. That's what artists do. They put their finger on what's fucked up, and now they're like, just like keep pointing at it, or they fix it. I'm tired of pointing at it. If we can do something. Everyone else should too, but you're all fucking lazy. So this is a Shrek node. Assuming it's Shrek, which is still gotta like get set up. That's the whole point of doing this. So I'm gonna get this on there soon. Probably not today. I wanna be done. So that's a Shrek node. If it's in the game engine, whatever. And these are like the spinning quads, which are very boring. I want to actually start loading stuff other than just spinning quads. I need more caffeine. Alright, I'm gonna shut up because I'll be done. So that's boring. It'd be way cooler to have Shrek on there. So I want to load Shrek. I want to get this done. Alright, this is disturbing. I shouldn't have picked red. I should pick like blue or purple. Alright, so the code. So this would be inside of the code. If there's like something that like gets the element style color, whatever. Sorry, on the smallest size. So this would exist. And I guess the generic member function. Well, that's what they all are. Oh, if you hold on shift, it doesn't jump around. Wow, I just figured that out. I was born yesterday. hate explaining things. And some people are like, well, if you can't explain it, and like, so if, what is it, a toddler can understand it? Einstein had some stupid thing. If you can't explain it so a toddler could understand it, then it means don't know what you're talking about. Einstein. Man, they attach so many things to Einstein that had nothing to do with his actual research or whatever. Just to fucking, like, have a face to back up the random crap that, like, yeah. Alright, so the Shrek node, if I have a generic member function, maybe I need, like, a generic member function for physics update. Well, I would probably make another node for the physics, but you know what? I'm just gonna get this done. That would have been a good note to add. Man, drawing with the mouse is not very... Yeah. This looks terrible. So physics and then paint to the painted to the GPU, whatever. Let's say those are 2 member classes, whatever. Oh my gosh. It's not working. I needed this mouse pad is shit. I had to put the word screen. Because people be like, paint? What do you mean paint? Just put display. That does not look like a D. Oh, my wrist is gonna fall off. Alright. So if this is the constructor, like, member function of Shrek, and I have GPU, what's it even say? Shader, that says shader. So I have GPU shader. The Shrek node doesn't exist yet. So inside the main, I'm gonna have to make the first node. Alright. I think I know what to do. After all that. So the code needs to be entirely fucking isolated from anything else. And I'll reuse this later. Alright, so chicken or the egg? I guess the main is gonna make the first node, so I guess would the node be the chicken or the egg? I don't know, whatever. So in here, I need to make like a new node new node, and then say like the type is so I'm going to add this type. Oh my god, just freaking. Alright, so this is why it's confusing. So if I make the node, I do like code, and I do like C language, then it means that I make a node called C language. So this is where I'm gonna have to use Node.js or some shit because I'm done with C language. C language can fuck itself. I'm fucking tired of this. For fuck's sake. So I'm using Node.js. And I'll do like $, squirrel. Or something. You know what? Maybe just squirrel. I'll do a squirrel. And then opening brace. You know what? Actually, I should do this. I'm doing this. Oh wait, IDs and classes. Maybe I can make it like CSS. Cascading style sheets. So I need like, I'm gonna need a new node, a duplicate node, or class. It's like new class node. Well, it has to be able to be a class or an ID at the same time. Or not at the same time, but like, damn it. I'm gonna have to like try to simplify this. Big keep it possible, add stuff later. Alright, so I'm gonna do like $0, and then 0 means like stack 0. $69. Alright, so like let's say I want to update the code. And I want the updates to be sent like a write back buffer. And I want to update for whatever reason, have 2 separate stacks. And I have like a loop here or something. And do like while foobar. I want to like write maybe stack 1. However many times. So I need like an override also. An override write. I'm just gonna make up imaginary function names to brainstorm and get something done and talk to myself. So we do this, whatever, do override count. Somehow specify which property set. Then I do write buffer 1. Then I could reuse buffer 1 over and over and over. So I can make a new node here, but make a length of them. So I want a length property. I need caffeine. I need to be able to have like separate stacks. And I want to identify them generically. Because it needs to write back at the end. Except here, it's going to have to write at some point. It can't just buffer and buffer and buffer. Bum, 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 bum. So new node, whatever. Code language, code C language. And then inside here. So chicken or the egg, this is where I have to start. After I get it updated still. I still gotta fucking put stuff in place. I gotta rip out all these old things. Find and replace. And then make the new type called code C language. And set this up and get running. It's like GPU. Shader and then sound. So that would exist inside this node. This is why it's annoying. So inside this node, oh man, I'm gonna have to not put the stack there. When it makes the nodes, it's gonna have to make them on the spot. I'm gonna have to set the freaking frequency rate. Or samples per second. So I need another property for that. Freaking do like an at. Alright, so if I do at, I'm gonna have to change this whatever anyways. So if I do at, it's like 60 to run it at 60 samples per second. Making a new node. It's C language, or it's of type code, and then it's C language. I want one of them. I want to update at 30. Let's say it's 30 frames per second. And actually 60. Alright, 6 frames per second. Node C language. It needs a name. For debuggability. Threads have a name property. I just do this. Shrek. I want to keep this really lazy. I want to parse it and just be fucking done. So I can go white space, search for the fucking name of the node, whatever in Node.js, and then collect these properties, and then output C language code. Because you can't do this stuff in C language. Because C language is garbage. And I still need a parser anyways. So 60 times a second, name it Shrek. It's not updating 60 times a second. I think this is supposed to be like 16, the green line. It's definitely not 60. Let's make it like 16 then, or 30. What the heck? Really, the keyboard's not gonna work? Oh, Windows is garbage. So 30 times a second, Shrek. It's the main node. So it needs to create this node. This is why, alright, so at the very beginning, before I start drawing, this is why it's complicated. So it has to make this node right. Well, I don't know why I said it right. Like, it's whatever. It has to, because I gotta get done. Could this be any more like? So this node is created. God, the lag. Like when I started earlier. This node's created. The mouse is not on the mat. This node. It's update based on whatever rate, so I pick 30. So update here, here, and yada yada. So the things in between are the other nodes. So I gotta like figure out. Oh my god, there's so many things. So it's complicated because it makes this node right, for example, and then it has to make all the other nodes inside of it, and then they gotta start, and they gotta run in between until it runs this one again. But as it's doing that, each and every node is updating at whatever frequency or samples per second needs. And it can be contained inside the green at like 30 FPS. It's like between here. And these are all updating whatever independently. And then has to synchronize here at that point. So that's not complicated. That's how you figured out. God, could this program just work? So update the track node, and then all these other things update at the exact rate they need. And then it can't write to anything or read until this point. Oh, that sucks. If I do a call to like force an update on like whatever this thing is, it'll need to not take effect until after this has happened. Because this thing is going to depend on it being not written to. Like, even if I override a value, the other things will depend on the thing before it. But actually, that doesn't matter. Because it's all like tightly scheduled anyways. It does matter. I'm gonna plan for this then, and then just do reads only and do writes, but delay the writes until the point and do that, and that's that for now. And then later on, if I need to update things in between the points, yeah. And I probably will at some point. So the codes are linear, but the order of the operations are not at all. Alright, so like, it's also complicated because that means I'm making this Shrek node with the code to get it started. I'm almost done. I gotta get something done. I can't just keep thinking about it. If I make that node here, like if this is my main, that's my main. I'm making a new Shrek node here. It's making a new Shrek node here. This is being created outside of the whole ecosystem. So this is like the one exception node. So I might need to tag this with a wrapper to say like it's outside of the environment. C# does that. Or outside of time scheduler. Or outside of time, actually. That's pretty fancy. Or before time. It's really fancy. Alright, so this is created before time. It's going to exist before time. This node does. So this node, the Shrek node, just always existed. And then it contains, this is why it's complicated. One of the reasons, of the many reasons. I need to get going. I need more caffeine. I need to get tons of caffeine, loud music, and just get this done. So the Shrek node contains the other nodes, and the Shrek node is made outside time. So really, it's not going to make the Shrek node, it's going to make like a main or a launcher node. But in this case, it's Shrek. It's going to be like Shrek's world, like Elmo's world. Or Shrek's swamp. Swamp makes more sense. Alright, so it's Shrek's swamp. So instead of making a main, I'm making a Shrek. So the Shrek has the GPU shader and the sound node in this example, but it also has all these nodes for like an expanded example. So like all these nodes, whatever. So all these then these ones these are all created inside time, and this one's outside time. This one's outside because these are made inside of it. This is so confusing. So the same thing here. So let's make something to get started. So I'll default all the other ones to like inside time. Or within time. Or in time. And out time. Or whilst time. That's fancy. So whilst it's time. If it even works in that context. Alright, so like, I am so tired of this. This is so complicated. I didn't realize it was this freaking complicated. I was just setting stuff up and now it's like, damn it. So the generic member functions. I got constructor, physics, destructor, and then paint display. GPU paint. Or pains. Paint, right? What did it even do? So these, the member functions, I will need to find the names and sort them. Damn. I don't want to be specific because I'm streaming. Oh, man. I hate some paper. I'll just like do this. Alright, so this is like a class member function. Meaning it like retains to like any of the other domains of things. No, wait, hold on. Damn. I'm gonna need to support these in-between updates. But I can't. I need inclusive and exclusive. Oh, man. Wait, did I flip those around? Oh, whatever. It's like one of them, we'll have to pick one of them by the type, also by this time slot. That is a whole lot of like if else checks or branch, not even if else. This ended up being a huge ass buffer. I wanted one single update location. I want to go whoop. But if there's two things, you know what, whatever. I'm gonna have to fucking like, I'm not gonna get what I want. If I have to make a buffer of like a whole bunch of like parameters to like describe which ones to not run or the ones to run, and then define which state it is, I'm gonna have to like, there's a whole lot of shit to buffer and then pass in. On top of it running at whatever. I have to like make a separate fucking or not separate. I gotta do something. I'm not gonna get what I want. So somehow I'm gonna have to like, I'm gonna have to think about it. That's great. I won't be able to just update everything in one pass every time. So I'll save that and then figure it out whenever it's actually needed. Or like when I get down to the point where it's like, alright, I gotta deal with this. I hate caffeine. So like class means, I guess, applies to every single thing. So that'd be like a member function for controller, mouse, GPU, everything, whatever. And then, because these all have like underlying types or whatever. So whatever the node is, all of them, that's what dot class would be then. And if I do like ID, I'll use that to specify like damn it. This is really, it's lots of layers. If I say the ID specifies to like a specific type, then like maybe just GPU shader. But then I'm gonna have to like differentiate between them. If they have the same name, I don't want to deal with like a tag or like unnecessary passing things around. I want most of it to be implied. I'm gonna get some caffeine, then shut up and get something done. Walking through this anymore isn't gonna help. So that would mean something. If I intentionally like do like this or that, it's gonna have to apply somehow. I'm gonna figure out after I get it running. So maybe I'll do like, I'll just say these only apply. Well, actually, I'll do like constructor, destructor are generally generic. And if I don't want a constructor, destructor, just leave it out. I need to like make the screen super tiny and not do every single thing. Because someone will just say, oh, fair use. Like seeing fuck them in. Just fucking taking everything from the general public, putting it in a chatbot. So, oh, it's AI. Fair use. A fucking piece of shit. So at some point I'm gonna have probably not anytime soon. I gotta get the JavaScript engine done. But I'll have a GP whatever. Or maybe I'll make a separate type or driver. Like AI user, so you can like make your own AI. Or attach fucking like shitbot or chatbot, ChatGPT, or like Claude, or what is it, Anthropic? I don't know, whatever. And then they're just drivers to the system, and the system is gonna be mine. Because this system is fucked. Unless everybody enjoys being fucked. Like your mom. Or your dad or your goldfish. Or your pet. You know what? That's kind of gross, actually. So later on I can add a bunch of stuff. And then I'll be able to compete with AI. Just make what they have to make something better later. Alright, so these are generic. And then these, I guess, would apply to this Shrek node that's updating at 30 samples per second. And I'm going to put the code in here for constructor destructor. So I need Node.js to fucking find this. Freaking, I could make my own fucking shitty, lazy parser because C language is garbage. There's no reason why C language can't do this shit. And C++ is trash. Or like, I don't know. That's my opinion. And that's probably a wrong opinion. Everyone has their own. They're like buttholes. Opinions are like buttholes. And I should keep my butthole to myself. And just shut up and get something done. There's no point in complaining. But there is, so I don't know. So Shrek code, Node has a GPU shader and sound. So these are like made inside time, not before time. Or not inside. What did I do? I did whilst time. Yeah, whilst time. Could this just zoom without the lag? Apparently not. Nobody makes a time scheduler. Not even Windows. Because Windows is retarded and so is Linux. There is no time scheduler. They're just like, oh, run threads at priority. Whatever the fuck that means. Friggin' idiots. Alright, so like, GPU shader is a node inside of Shrek. And so is, what was the other one, sound? I also have, I wanna get started and get done. After this. A node for reflow, controller. So there's some drivers that drive the system. And then there's the nodes. And then there's the time scheduler. And then there's the member functions. And this is really complicated. Oh, what did I even say? The drivers, the nodes. Time scheduler. There's the drives. Drives is better than drivers. Because it's not even a driver, it drives. Or whatever, but it doesn't. So I'm calling it drives, I don't care. Drives, nodes, time scheduler. Member functions. It's 4 parts. Just 4 simple, easy steps. It's not that simple though. I still need the update stack. Or the write back buffer stack. Animate C language. So these are before time. I'm assuming these are whilst time. I need to check, throw an error, if something's before time within whilst time. So really nothing will even have this other than like the initialization node. Oh, that's how I can separate it. Oh my god, this is so boring. I can do before time, within before time, because it's already before time, therefore, like literally, I use that for like exclusive or inclusive. Because it's only these like startup cases. Or I'll keep it to these startup cases where that exception is needed. With the time scheduling, whatever. Oh. Man, this is fancy. I'm gonna stop talking and get something done. I'm gonna need like a set of rules so things don't break. These need to be generic then, or not. Oh, Unity has update. I'll make an update. Oh, and then a physics update. I'll just copy everyone else's shit and make a mega fair use, because it's all my code. Just taking the same concepts, but like implementing them in a way that fucking works. Because Unity does not work. So update, fix update. I think there's a fixed update. There's a third update. Oh, what was it? And I will never get the time back that I wasted in Unity in fucking C#. Last update. Damn, that shit's updating as fuck. Oh, Unity. It's freaking garbage. Last update. Oh, last update. I need to pick a way to set it up and get done. I don't want to be specific now. I gotta like, whatever. I gotta be something like this, not exactly. I'm gonna need like a this or something. Or a self. Or what is JavaScript? It's like with. And then I get that assume. No, that's really confusing. Use a single scroll maybe. That'd be the best bet. Because it's like, these are the nodes, but it has to somehow also exist in a state where it works like this at the same time. So it needs to like look like code, but also translate to like a node API at the same time. So like within the code or whatever. So it's like parent, child, nodes. I also need sibling. No, I don't. I see the children nodes. Or a list of children nodes. And then like this. When it's like this. child node, refer self. We can call it child in. That's weird. Container, bucket, box. Pool, collection, arena. Broadcast. Fragments. Maybe this is just parameters. And this. Whatever, just do this and then hold. There we go. So whatever nodes that it holds will be in here. And then this is this. Just Shrek in this case. one. So Shrek is like a mesh or whatever, a 3D mesh. So literally, this is everything except a 3D mesh. It's just freaking like a side property. I don't even know what to like. I don't even know. So like name or printable name. Make it like this. Then samples per second with the ant. And then time would be outside actually. So I don't need this to contain it. So the name of the node and then samples per second. So name of the thing, samples per second, and then just whatever. This is implementation defined. Oh, I might need to tag each of these, damn it. Alright, so whilst time 3D mesh model, new node GPU mesh. I'm not gonna name this Shrek, I'm gonna name it .3D mesh GPU shader thing. I should probably find a better naming convention and whatever. Something that exists instead of just make shit up. If I make stuff up, I'll have to make another parser later. If I change my mind. I'll paste it in a chatbot and then see what chatbot says and then whatever. I'm gonna need to like get everything set up and then figure this stuff out later then. Because the stuff still needs to be set up. Or like attached and shit. It's called like Shrek node. Or Shrek the node. It's not a movie. There's nothing to do with Shrek. It's just the word Shrek. Node is kind of like a gnome. But not really. Is that how you spell gnome? Maybe I'll call them gnomes instead of nodes. because I can. I'm gonna do gnome. No, gnome is Knome. I'm gonna spell it gnome because I can. It's more like Nami, but whatever. I'm gonna leave it as a node for now. I think I need to set up the routing and like separate the GPU from all the other nodes I gotta hit, or like driver things. I'm gonna do that now and then get back to this later. Cause like controller holds keyboard and mouse. So it's a node and then a node inside the node. So I like make the controller node separate from the keyboard mouse node. And then it's, yeah. And I don't want to stream exactly how I'm gonna do it. Because that makes it fair use. So I gotta like whatever. Just gonna comment this out for now. The stupid length of things. That's gonna be really freaking annoying. Because it needs to be dynamic. Well, depending on the case. These in. So then it's not gonna be exactly like this, but something, whatever, like this. So I'm gonna paste this in the chat pod to see if it actually has anything useful. And then get some water. And then get this stuff. This sound box thing or whatever. Little sound box. Do you even need this? Later. So it covers most. I don't know. I gotta like set this up so I know my actual parameters or whatever, or like confinement within what I can do based on how it's set up and what's available. You know, I can add stuff later. So use like angle braces to indicate template attributes and then put attributes before it in box braces. This is too generic. I might do that. I can't though, I'm using that for something else. I want to like have a really lazy parsing so I can just zip through and be like done. So I don't want to reuse tokens for opening and closing things. Alright, so like, I don't know, I think I'm done planning ahead. I can't really plan ahead. I gotta get this set up now. So I can actually add more nodes. I think this will satisfy everything. I can make the nodes. I'm not gonna say exactly how, totally explain it, but like something like this. And then I have nodes, I have code, I have timing, scheduling, whatever. And then the like tick rate or sample rate that it updates at, whatever. This way I can have like the controller running at wrong keyboard. So controller is here. Alright, I think I'm gonna actually get something done. I feel like I covered everything. Enough. So control, so this is like what? I think like 30 FPS? Or it doesn't matter. I'll say like 40, doesn't, yeah. So say controller's at 40 samples per second. As example, I gotta get this actually running. I gotta make a freaking parser. Fuck. There's no point in typing a bunch of zeros if it's gonna be instant anyways. I should look at YAML. Instead of unless, or just make up the syntax. So like strike control input, I guess 40 FPS or 48 frames or samples per second. Sound would be, I think it's like 750 samples per second. So I'm gonna have to freaking update my time scheduler to support more than what I set to like a known amount or whatever. I gotta like actually have it compute it instead of hard code it. Damn it. Then reflow like 30 times a second, and keyframing can even be like not really, maybe 40. Then it's under 60, and then you can lerp. and then lerp the between points. Because like being able to like pick a little bit slower frame rate, or not frame rate, refresh rate, but frame rate, whatever. Not refresh rate, sample rate, whatever you want to call it. Being able to pick the smallest possible sample rate. So you can like tick, 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 slower when possible if it's not needed to be like all the time, every single time. And you can lerp in between. Make a big ass difference. And then I think this covers everything that I basically need. I get all the freaking samples at, or I get the sample rate I need for each individual node. And I think I'm done thinking it. So like this is a constructor. I'll make this shit. And then destructor. But I have to like access these. So basically, I think that's everything. It's supposed to be like one node. It's not going to be called Shrek, but right now it's called Shrek. So one node initialize the whole thing and get it, kick it off, whatever. Family members or member functions. Name. Sample rate. Time. The driving type. Outside of the time scheduler or within the time scheduler. And then I don't want to describe that. So I'm gonna set up connect all stuff. I'm pasting the chat button. So can you assume how an API like this would work? Or recommend an API that's entity to entity, not entity component. And then has like managed write backs and no reads until things have updated. So can you assume how an API like this would work or add? Critique. Anything helpful or add value? Or recommend an API that has entity and not entity component system, and that delays writes until all entries or all entities have been updated, so all read. Oh my god, I need water. All reads will be stale. Alright, I'm tired of this. Indeterministic until it does the correct write. Back to apply both in out based on what's specified. Everything on the nodes. Everything like nodes related. Everything. Yeah, nodes. The all for freaking nodes. I don't even care for full sentences. That allows the nodes to be sampled at the determined sample. That's now useful to determine whatever. Samples per second regardless of the parent entity that holds it, so things will be able to run all separate, but as a system. I gotta freaking finish this up. It's like GCC something handle library. Window open. While running, I don't know, whatever the fuck it is. What does a magical GPT say? I need caffeine. You're circling real pattern, but the current form mixes few ideas up at each other. Well, clearly, I'll separate what you're aiming for, what's solid, and what needs tightening. No, you can go fuck yourself. What does it mean, your? What does it mean, ow? This is not even a person. It's freaking dumb. We're actually designing under the surface, essentially data flow stage simulation with deferred rights. Not an ECS typical sense. Nodes are read from a stable snapshot. Yeah, no, it's not a snapshot. It's the freaking, whatever. All writes are delayed. Commit happens after all updates. Deterministic across systems. A real well-known pattern, double buffered, snapshot-based simulation. The good parts, these are strong deferred writes. All writes will be stale, deterministic until right back. Deterministic execution, no order-dependent bugs, no mid-framing mutation issues. Exactly how physics engines render graphs, some lockstep simulations. No, it's not. Otherwise they'd work, and they don't. Fixed rate sampling per node. At 30, 40, 70, 750, you're basically defining per node tick rate. Good idea, but needs strict rules. Okay, sure. Explicit phases, constructor, update, fix, update, last update. You're trying to define a pipeline, good direction, but currently redundant, unclear. Entity graph, not ECS, totally valid. This becomes a graph of system nodes, similar to render graphs, audio graphs, and node-based engines. The problem's important, your timing model will break. Why would it be tied to the refresh rate? It's not tied to refresh rate. And then rounding, that's a later thing. Alright, so whatever. You need a rule, you must choose one. Sample least. Sample latest committed value. Interpolate. Queue history. Really, there's only 3 options. Right now your system has no defined sampling contract. Yes it does. It's called Magical Time Scheduler. The one thing that Chapa left out. It's like, oh, you need this or this or this or this. Left out the one thing that nobody does. So either everyone's retarded or I'm retarded. Guess we'll find out. It says you must choose one. Sample latest committed value. Interpolate queue history. Where is time scheduler? Before time versus whilst time is unclear. This is trying to solve ordering dependency, but you already solved that with deferred rights. That's a completely different domain or whatever. Chepa does not know what it's talking about. So this layer is redundant, confusing. Better model, read phase, all nodes read. Write phase, all nodes commit. Wow, that would be the slowest shit ever. No before after per node needed. I don't have an after before per node. Well, there is behind the scenes. Too many update types. You have update, fixed update, and last update. This becomes spaghetti fast. Better, yeah right. Use update plus scheduling. Oh, now it throws in scheduling. Scheduling should have been above. Node tick, node phase optional. Really? I'm gonna fucking break the whole thing down to a single call. Yeah, no. Or a simulation step. Read all, execute all, commit all. In relation to what? Everything? So update the whole fucking, every fucking node all at once. Yeah. Hidden dependency problem. Controller, sound, reflow, animate. Looks ordered, but you also want everything runs separate, but as a system. That conflicts. You must choose either strict graph dependencies, ordered, directional something graph, or full parallel system to ordering. Right now you're mixing both. Yeah, no, I'm gonna get what I want, because that's how it works. So I'm gonna get it, what I want, and it's gonna work. So that's wrong. I don't have to choose. I choose both. Clean version of your idea, what it should look like. I like how I asked for I use the word critique. This isn't a critique. This is retarded. That's what it is. This is not a critique. It's using would, should. It's controlling. It's manipulative. It should make a point and then not say do this, but it's it should look like, it must, this is wrong. That's not a critique. That's a command. Core model, struct, node. State, current, state next, void, tick, double. Frame execution while running. Snapshot. Man, this looks like every other game engine. Sampling rule critical. When node A reads B. A reads B, current only. Never next. When node A reads B. Wow, that's really helpful. Timing rule, each node has double accumulator, double rate. Accumulator greater than blah blah tick, accumulator minus 1. Wow, that would be so slow. Damn. Where your system becomes your building deterministic multi-rate data flow graphs with double buffering. Legit and powerful. Yeah, no, I'm taking the whole damn table. Existing systems similar to this. Not exact matches, but closest. Oh, of course Unity, yes. Has staged updates, but not deferred writes globally. No, it does not. Data flow nodes. It's literally just pulling from previous conversations. This is the laziest piece of garbage AI. It says, what do you mean I? You're not an I. Freaking designed by a thief. Or thieves. Freaking idiots. Would change directly. Remove before time whilst time. Multiple update functions. Yeah, that makes so much sense. Did I paste that in there? Oh, I forgot. It's not even worth arguing. It says you're not building an ECS. Entity component system. You're building a deterministic stage multi-rate simulation graph. Solid architecture, but only if you lock down sampling, semantics, remove ambiguous ordering constructs, enforce snapshot isolation strictly. If you want, I can rewrite your pseudo API into minimal C-cell implementation. Oh, sure, yeah. Go ahead. Oh my god, it's calling sleep. No step. I mean, it's tying everything to the freaking refresh rate. What's this property? Oh, the function. Well, that'd be some terrible performance. The fastest code is no code. And that's what chatbot does, is writes code. It doesn't think. It writes code. So it physically makes properties that could otherwise be assumed based on the logical structuring. So instead of logically structuring things so properties aren't needed, it has to physically make the properties and then test for them. So chatbot does not know how to program. And Sam Altman could go fuck himself. This piece of fucking thieving shit. And chatbot gets dumber and dumber. It's really dumb. I'm making some caffeine, shut up, and then just program. See if I back up and get something done. I'll probably play a video of like paint drying and then make the screen tiny. For now, whatever. I flipped the monitor. I'm just going to play the video sideways. Whatever. Damn it. No. Fatal error. Somehow, it manages to slip through with JC version 2, JC epoch time struct their elapsed tick count of the value 0. Must always be non-zero. It only happened one time when checking. Rewrite later. Well, it makes it like 4 times now that this has happened. I do not want to look at it. So I'm not going to. I'm going to focus on everything I just fucking over-explained and get something done and do this later. It's going to keep crashing though. So that's great. I don't want to copy this whole thing. How is the counter rolling over? 1615, 1716. I'll figure that out later. It's gonna keep crashing too. Man. I have enough to freaking do. I'm not gonna argue with chatbot. I'm gonna leave it because chatbot's stupid. Alright, I gotta get this done. It's probably gonna crash again. You know what, Shrek's sexier than some spinning boxes. I need to eat something. Blender makes no sense. Like at all. It is so complicated. I shouldn't have to look up a tutorial to fucking figure it out again. I just give no fucks. Oh, whatever. Just wanted to make it green. For too much work. I gotta like back up all this shit I talk. It's a good thing I'm full of shit. The literal shit. Well, I mean it like, well, like, I don't know. Full of shit usually means negative, you know what? Whatever. Everything's stupid. Everything's shit. Make a parser. Oh my god, I gotta freaking scroll this. Make up a syntax. Parse a syntax. Oh, this is just like to make a new node or whatever. Or a node. It's not really specific. So I gotta like actually make it specific. Have notes. Make a parser. I'm gonna wait on that. I'm gonna do something. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Pick something and get started. And that's that. Yeah. Start typing. I need more ice. I gotta start somewhere. It's freaking take forever. So like, this file is named prologue. It has words, letters, prologue. This one is named epilogue. Starts with 3 different letters. So when I build it now, there's no error because I'm not including it. So hit build. Maybe we'll just start working. And it builds. So this file is prologue. This is expand prologue. Open this in text editor. Click here. So like literally, this is where it's open. Right here. And it says error included prologue. Not epilogue or epilogue or whatever. Prologue. So that's that file. Also I'll do like copy the path. Copy this path. So put include. So this is this file. God, this is a long file path. Prologue. So I didn't modify it. It is what it is. And this freaking Linux. So in this file, I'm gonna paste first. Paste. How is that the file path? It pasted twice. God damn. No wonder it's so fucking long. Crap. Okay. So is this the same path? It's not. How is it not the same path? Oh, I spelled include wrong. How is it still not the same? Wait, does that file even exist? What? Well, now I know Linux does that. That's great. That is insanity. Wow. Definitely not Windows. They're both their own garbage. So I did rename it. I guess here it's more. Prologue's like more. And here it's expand. Prologue. And then the path name is the same. All it's different is the file part. So this path name only has these files. Expand. More. This one didn't rename. Well, that explains it. Can I view the full path name? What's with this freaking, like, just displaying the freaking dots between? I don't know what the fuck a path name is. Oh, God. Why are, it's always like the most frustrating defaults. Like every fucking time. And it's not as simple. It's like you gotta fucking Google it. So that's why it's finding this one. It didn't rename. Or I skipped it. So rename this to epilogue. And then I'm good. So I thought for a second that there's like a shadow property or like file. Because it was named 1, then deleted. I was like, oh no. Please do not do that. And luckily it's not. Because that would be really annoying. If you delete something and it still somehow exists after deleting it, that'd be really annoying. And it seemed too plausible. So I didn't check, whatever. it's like the two stages of like plausibility or deniability, then plausibility. Well, like stages of grief, but like programming, but not really. I need to focus. Okay, now it's working. Can this thing just write itself? That'd be awesome. So not all that crap is packed away in this header. Hooray. Because this file is templated. I don't want to type it up several times. This is oh. So I'm stuck with the file system because it's 2026 and I don't know, technology is shit. Got files and folders like a garbage can and a rock. So I'm doing defines like this to like preserve this namespace, whatever. Because if you do this, then you can't define it to something else and fuck it up. Like if this defined the void pointer, and I happen to be using this as like the token to concat and make the labels. And it's defined to this. Then when I concat to make the label, it's not gonna make this. It's gonna make this. So like a label name. or like routine A, it doesn't matter. So instead of this, if I do like glue tokens or whatever, it won't glue that. It won't glue this because it's redefined. And that's not a valid label name. And everything will break. So if it's defined like this, as long as it's not called with parentheses, it's preserved. And then, ta-da, it didn't even copy. That might be a keyboard problem. So I gotta make sure to freaking define it, just in case, because this is like the base file. Well, not this one. This one is. And if one of these other files use it, it needs to be defined. But then I gotta undefine it after. So I include the template blob, and it defines other global things. So I have to use a file system, but it like behind the scenes, freaking undefined, redefined, undefined, redefine. So I can have different layers. Kind of like Photoshop. We have a freaking layer, and you apply it like multiply, or like colorize or whatever. The main layer, and then user layer, and then the beta layer. And then the beta applies on top of the user, and then the ship or release, whatever, applies on top of the beta, and then on top of the user, and then on top of the main. Man, this is so annoying. So if something changes in one of the other folders, it all has the same name, but different path, and it replaces whatever. And then it expands it. This is so freaking boring. In here, so I need to put like, if not defined, and I can catch if it's not defined. So later, if there's like GPU compute stage or something, if it's not present in any of the layers, then it'll be caught. And then like revision control and stuff, I can like, I don't know, whatever. Oh, this is not readable. Oh well. It's C language. For fuck's sake. Should I use static assert for this? It's not worth testing. That works. So if it's like a debug build, I can make a token. Say like if for build, or I don't even know, whatever. Come with a better name. And then inside that file, test if this is true, and throw an error. And then I can like go to the stupid freaking folder, and then whatever folder it's in, it'll throw an error. Then I can have different revisions, and then pick I don't know, version control. It's a pain in the ass. Make it like pick version blah blah blah, or like version above, version below, this, whatever. And then generate that in Node.js, not in this file. And if there's like a bug later, I feel like I'm forgetting something. That has to be everything. Alright. I guess I like rename this crap. This squirrel tagged tokens. And then get this done. After that, I gotta set up all this stuff. I want to use the in folder. Here, I don't think anything's in here. I think I'm gonna make a stupid file to parse, and then try to make up a syntax. Like this, whatever. Where it's like the name of the node, and then the sample rate per second, and then the time. like when to start, when to expire. I'll just leave it at that, whatever. I don't want to be too specific. Because anything I say is basically fair use. Otherwise, I wouldn't say it. Let's see if I back up. So I think I'm gonna start on the lazy parser, and then get to like replacing the script after, because this is so boring. I've been rewriting stuff the last couple days. I don't want to do anything else right now. I'm so tired of finding replacing. Freaking refactoring, for God's sake. Everything's garbage. Do you know the only reason why the GCC compiler is free and you can view the machine code that it makes? Because anybody can make a C compiler. It is the easiest thing. Your mom could do it. But the people that made the GCC compiler must be difficult for them. So here's a file. I'm gonna put like a random ass closing brace, I guess, or an opening without a closing. Hit save and then build. Okay, so this compiler caught error. It says error expected identifier or curly brace. Oh, I got a burp. Oh, that's like acid reflux. Oh, before curly brace. Open token. What? It expected another token before it? When this is the opening token? It pisses me off because it's not that difficult. Literally, a retard could write a better compiler. So I'll be the honorary retard. And like explain and then prove how simple it is to make a damn compiler that can fucking debug. For fuck's sake. Do you know how frustrating it is to use this trash when there's an actual bug and it's like not even useful? It should say there is no closing tag. What kind of error message is that? For fucking idiots. Clearly, there's no closing tag. And it's not that hard to figure out. Alright, here's how it works. It's so simple programming. Parsing, actually. Alright, so when you parse something, it's like gravity. What goes up must fucking go down. So, you have your opening and your closing tags. And then there's different kinds of tags. And then there's rules. Alright, let's say like I have an opening brace. I keep freaking on keyboard. Closing brace. Alright, let's say there's like a string in between here. And the rest of the file is completely valid. It's got a string. got a random foobar. And then a semicolon. Let's leave it yellow. Alright, so let's say I hit build. Okay? So a parser is very, very simple. And there are the dumbest tutorials online. I mean the dumbest tutorials. People are losing brain cells using that shit. Oh my god. They're probably losing like half their fucking brain. Alright, so like here. You add to the stack, plus. So you put that in the stack. Let's say like you keep a log of them as you put them on the stack. So you make like an array, just call it the stack, it doesn't matter. Alright, so it's on the stack. Added it to the stack. So stack, or array, whatever, was at 0. And now it's at 1. Man, drawing without the screen is very difficult. Alright, so now this is another opening type of thing. Is it a freaking a curly brace? No. Does it matter? No. It has nothing to do with the curly brace. So we're gonna put it on the stack because it's the opening one. How do you know it's the opening one? Well, very simple. There's a thing called like escape characters. And that's not very simple. No, that's basically fucking retarded. So like, I'm just gonna stick to this. So fuck escape characters. Fuck the modern OS. So fucking retards. Alright, so here we approached another encapsulating character. There's 2 of them. They got like a semicolon at the end. The fact that the semicolon exists makes it so much easier for the C parser to parse. And yet, even when it makes it that much easier, freaking idiots cannot debug anything useful when it's the simplest thing. There is no way that is not intentional. You're fucking kidding me. But not kidding, because it's fucking holy fuck. Alright, that's first one. Alright, so like, I'm not going to optimize this in. I'm going to keep it simple. So let's say every time I find a character that encapsulates code, so like curly brace or like the quotes, I'm going to check the array of the encapsulate tokens that were like encountered. So this one is on first, increment 1, and then it finds this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to count how many of these there are on the stack. Because this is like the same character for closing and opening. Why? Well, because this shit is retarded. Stuff is ridiculous. Freaking idiots. Alright. So I'm going to check the stack here. So length is 1. So I check here. It's like, okay, so is there a string character on the stack? Looking for one of these. Nope. Only this. So you know what that means? It's very simple. If it's not there, it means it's the first one. Whoa, imagine that. Isn't this just, this is so difficult. So put over here. It's first one. So I'm going to keep looping characters and then find the next encapsulating token. Here. Oh, found one. Alright. Now I'm going to loop the stack, whatever. Look for one of those. And then, oh, there is one found. Alright, so if one exists on the stack, you know what that means. Yeah, that's right. It's the closing one. Yeah. Hooray. You're so smart. You're so smart. You could work on the GCC or the MSVC compiler one day. That's how smart you are. Alright. So we got the opening existed, the opening encapsulating, and then this is the closing. So you know what you do? Yeah, that's right. You drop the stack. Because I'm ignoring escape characters for now. Because that shit's retarded. Like, straight up. Out of the freaking, like, diagnosis for retarded is escape characters. Medically, whatever. Okay, not really. Alright, so like, that's a retarded joke. Retarded. Your mom's retarded. You know what? That might be funny or might not be. It depends. Is it like medical or is it like, you know what, whatever. Alright, so like, drop the stack. So like, put a minus here. That does not work very good. decrement. Alright, so now the stack is back to 0 length, or 1 length. Dang it. Wrong keyboard. Alright, so let's say continue parsing. I hit the colon, mark, and that's a pointless fucking thing. It's so pointless. Wrong keyboard. So I don't even need to like evaluate it. I guess I could put it on the stack. You know, I'm gonna keep it retarded simple. Alright, so it continues parsing after that character, and it finds this character, and then it's time to loop the stack. And since this is different than the opening, it means I need to find specifically the opening. So if there's an opening one on the stack, it means this is the closing to it. Which means, since it's the closing one, you drop the stack. And then you end up with this. And it's that simple. So let's say like this last one is missing. Freaking wrong keyboard. That's missing, okay? So you run it. What do you end up with at the end of this? Yeah, that's right. You end up with this. God damn. And it's left over. Alright. Let's do something crazy. Let's put another fucking curly brace enclosed whatever inside of it. Oh my god, imagine how complicated that would be. That'd just be so complex. Oh my god. I mean, it'd probably take years and years of professionals writing a compiler to handle something this complicated. And then be able to like make a usable, useful, actual error message. That'd probably be even more, be like so difficult. Oh my god. That would be so fucking difficult. Can you imagine that? That must be really difficult. Because I mean, you got a 2 nest scope here. Oh my god. Alright, so what happens here? Let's say like I save the line number along with the character. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I also gotta save the position. So 0, fucking, was it tan? Alright, so 0, 0. It runs, find the first brace, and then and then push on the stack, pop it off the stack, and then this is the next one. So 0, 1, or 2, you know, whatever. Alright, so this goes down the stack, right? And then this one is a closing one. So loop the stack, and then it's like, oh, would you look at that? There's already one in the stack. So that's a closing one to this one. So the one that was 0, 1, 2, 1. The opening at 2, 1 has now been resolved. Line 2, offset 1. Alright, that's resolved. So I can like delete it off the stack, decrement the stack. So it's like plus plus, minus minus. Alright. So the program, it finishes compiling. Compiler reaches the end here. And there's nothing down here. Huh. I wonder where the last fucking curly brace that's missing is. I wonder. Unfortunately, I'm not retarded. Like the morons that make the C compilers. I didn't have to go to computer science school. No, I went to art school. I didn't go to computer science school. Can you imagine that? No, really. Yeah. Alright, so like, please explain to me how you guys are so fucking retarded. Because I'm tired of this fucking software. And there's no excuse. These are fucking retards. And people are like, we need to gatekeep programming. You fucking idiots can't even fucking program to start with. Fucking retarded. Freaking gatekeep yourself from the damn keyboard. There are so many unqualified people in jobs that they can't do. And then there's tons of people that would be fully qualified that can't get those jobs. Can you imagine that? It's almost unbelievable. Wow. Like seriously, what the fuck? Alright. C compiler 101. Where is the missing brace? Let's say like we're gonna make a nice C compiler. A C compiler that's not shit. That's not designed by retards. Because a compiler like this gives a message like this when it clearly is able to figure out, based off the most basic shit, exactly where the closing one is that's missing. To get a message like this, expected identifier. You expected a token before the token. No, clearly the end token is missing. Do you not know how to fucking parse a fucking file? Clearly not. That's where the compiler's shit, just like the other ones. Oh, so fucking annoying. Okay, so how do you find where the missing one is? Alright, the rules are simple. You build the stack up, and then you check. And every opening has a fucking closing. Goes up and then down. It's that simple. So let's say like it's running. It gets the foobar. It puts this on the stack. It pops it off the stack. It gets to here. I guess technically you don't know that it's supposed to be here because you don't know. But what you do know is that it's missing, because when you get to here and you get to here, you put this on the stack and then you pop it off the stack, and at the end you end up with just this, which means this could be missing here. Or here. Is that why? That's why. So, the compiler knows that it's missing. It's missing one brace. If I wrapped it inside more braces, you know what, whatever. Then you can catch it in between. But this case is different. Alright. So the compiler must be like, alright, this last one is missing. Man, this is not working. What the hell? Come on. It's just not. Why is it a fucking line? I'm drawing a curve. Is this thing like garbage collecting? What the fuck? Alright, so clearly this is missing, okay? God, this is not working. Alright, freaking hell. Alright, so one of the closing curly braces is missing. So what the compiler does is, instead of saying a closing brace is missing, instead of saying that, it's like expected a curly brace or a parenthesis, not parenthesis, a curvy or a curly, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I think this is a block. You know what, whatever. It's expecting one of these before. Why before? Clearly it's missing at the end. Nothing's missing before. There's already one on the stack. Why would one be missing before? You know what? Whatever. Alright, so here's how simple it is to make a compiler. Alright, you have a while loop. You loop the characters. So do like a for. GC key or for key. So for key char in for object file standard file byte file. No, just freaking file is, you know what, that's whatever. Alright, so this is like so simple. You go like this. Oh, it's not gonna work with the for loop. So while indice less than length. Value length. Alright, what's a, there's a stupid function. In JavaScript to get the next matching char. Alright, this is how simple it is to make a compiler. Alright, what you have is opening tags and closing tags. So this, oh, of course, example on freaking Google is not gonna. Oh, it does show, okay, there. So pass in the index. gonna call like opening or token. Encapsulate. Call like OPA for like open. It's freaking opening. Alright, there. Alright. So in this example, I got like curly brace and then string. So curly brace, and then you gotta have a closing tag here unless you do this. Alright, so this is not optimal. It's a brace and bracket. Let's call it brace. I'm gonna call this one a brace. It's probably not, I don't care. This is quote. So opening, closing. Alright, so like this, for every freaking thing, you just put it right here. And then all you gotta do, this is so simple. It is like the simplest shit. I think this is a bracket. I'm probably gonna change my mind again. Alright. So these all encapsulate something. Which means when you get the index of these whatever, damn it, will negative be larger than positive in JavaScript? I don't remember. It shouldn't, it's signed. So whichever of these is the smallest was the very first match. Man, this is not optimal at all. So if this is less than this, accepting and so one of these tokens is going to be smaller than the rest. Unless it doesn't find any. Let's make another one called smallest. Let's do this. It's also const. So put left side. Alright, so at the end of this, I don't know if it's a -1 if it's not present or if it's 0. I have a feeling it's -1. So assuming you check for like the case when it's not there, then just comment out the line it shows up at. Or no, actually it's fine, because it can't be less than itself. I don't want to check less than equal to. Yes. That's not possible though. So I do gotta comment it out. No, I don't. Alright, less than equal. That's the case. Alright, so it is less than or equal to itself, but no other character, because physically it can't be two values at the same time. So therefore, if it is the opening bracket, then this will be true if it's the smallest. If it's a quote or the brace or whatever one's the smallest will end up being true. So whatever is smallest will be true, logically. Alright, so you test after this down here. There are lots of ways to optimize this. And you handle each case specifically. And all you gotta do is make a stack. Then you push to it a bracket when the bracket's the smallest. You push to it a quote when the quote's the smallest. And then here, you do the same thing. You find the closing one. Whichever is the smallest is the closest to whatever the opening was. But it's a little bit different. If the closing doesn't match the opening, but it should, because this is the closing one. So if it doesn't, then that's where there's it. It's that simple. It's so fucking simple. Paste in chat and see what it says. Will this always find the... Will this logically always find the encapsulating character? That is closest to the index while looping through the file. Freaking missed a key, whatever. Yes or no? I'll finish this up offline. It seems almost like 12 hours. I'll go over this next stream. It's not that hard to make a freaking parser. First I'm going to check out how do you make a simple parser in C. Find the opening and closing. Find the opening, closing, encapsulating tokens. And the ending to them. That's close enough. That's what chatbot says. Because chatbot was designed by people, just as smart as people have made the C compiler. I mean, they even gave a shit. They care about spelling. I mean, they care. Everything's basic, not everything. Usually the spelling's correct. But the programming. Alright, it says, scan, detect, opening, track until matching, closing. Count how deep you are. Depth. Wow, what kind of fucking damn. It's not even... And it left out the string on purpose, because it doesn't want to deal with, like, when it shows up twice. If you want a real parser, then... Well, that's terrible. It's a shit code. What does it mean no? So -1 is, so I gotta add 1. No, actually, so if it is greater than, it does not equal -1. So if it's not equal -1, and the rest of it. Alright, this will catch that. I'm gonna leave this part out because it's gonna bitch about it. Then the closing here. It says you fix a -1 check partially. You're comparing against -1. You only check token does not equal -1. It doesn't matter. If it's -1, it's already invalidated. Oh my god, how many checks do I need? Alright, one more time. Alright, check out what about now? I mean, I hate the -1 thing. It's so annoying. What? This means you refuse to compare against tokens that don't exist. Well, they don't exist. Does it matter? Oh. What if I just add 1? It's a stupid trick. I don't remember it. I give up after this. I can actually write this now. You're doing only compare if other token exists. Ignore tokens that don't exist. I gotta set it equal to the token when it is 0. Okay. Or so or, and then set it to make it equal to itself if it's 0, which means the -1, so there's no point really in doing +1. I could just do like another, whatever. That was a wrong fucking thing. Alright, so now if the token doesn't exist, then it's set to itself. Or the token that was being compared. Oh no, I think remember the trick. Alright, this is dumb. Okay, chatbot, now this. It's even more broken. You added the expression like 1 plus is not doing what you think. Returns A if A is not 0, otherwise B. Well, I want to return that on purpose, what's equal. Is this what you want? Is this? Well, what is... Because you're trying to compute nearest token. Nearest token is literally the first one you encountered while scanning. Well, yeah, this is way faster, easier.